The following is brought to you by the People's National Party.
Make the trumpets play. Jamaican people want better. Economy coming like stormy weather. Ancestors are turning on them graves. We can tell me how we can do it together. When we look to the future and precipice we see, Jamaica needs the vision of the PSP. People said the bag of promises them can't carry go shop. And the crime rate getting higher. Wonder when it goes now, comrades. Jamaican people want better. Economy coming like stormy weather. Ancestors are turning on them grave. We can tell me how.
The proceeding was brought to you by the People's National Party. The following is brought to you by the People's National Party.
Make the trumpets play. Jamaican people want better. Economy coming like stormy weather. Ancestors are turning on them grave. We can tell me how we can do it together. When we look to the future and precipice we see, Jamaica needs the vision of the PSP. People said the bag of promises them can't carry go shop. And the crime rate getting higher. Wonder when it goes now, comrades. Jamaican people want better. Economy coming like stormy weather. Ancestors are turning on them grave. We can tell me how.
The proceeding was brought to you by the People's National Party.
The scale of dealing with anti-corruption issues. So there is a learning curve that we are going through. What is important is that the government supports the development of the institution so it can accelerate very quickly on that learning curve and provide the resources so that they can move very quickly on the learning curve, and that the government does not intervene or interfere. And that message goes to the opposition as well. Leave the anti-corruption and policing agencies to do their jobs. I know why you come to me with that foolishness, you know. You elect a prime minister, and is a prime minister run the country. It is time we learn to hold our leaders accountable for their actions and stop making excuses for them. Stop making excuses. Otherwise, go elect the people who really run in the country. And I don't want the right start that stupid argument. Hold the people you elect accountable and stop making excuses for them.
Hello, welcome. Happy Tuesday to everyone. Happy Tuesday to those in television land. Happy Tuesday to our silent supporters. Happy Tuesday to everyone in the chat. Thank you so much, as usual, for tuning in. Really appreciate it and everyone's support. Remember, guys, when you come in, thumbs up the live, share us out if you can. And if you're new to the channel, please show us some support by subscribing. That will be greatly appreciated. So tonight's topic is the hidden agenda, which your host, Mystic Sensation, Baron and Anne-Marie. We also have Melting Pot. Joining us will be Mr. Rattigan, Pastor Ricky Headboy will be joining us, and Pink Skew will be joining us when she can. She has some difficulties right now, so as soon as she can, she will join us as well if she gets to. All right, so let me just go ahead and welcome those in the chat: Patel Cruikshank, Dorothy McCoy, Peter Ashton, Laris Beckford, Louis Longshaw, Merlin Mollioson, Rosa, One Indian, Truck Life, Robert Angus, Carl Hewitt, Rennie Swaby, Wendy Grace, Starboy, Cecile Phillips, Leighton Brown, Lassam Dalglish, Carol Johnson, Florence Brown, Hurricane Hattie, Marva Dice, Joan Allen, Paulette MacArthur, Freedom, Omar Campbell, Don James, Danette Ariett, I am Doreen, Elaine Walker, Diane, Brittany Bren, Danette Harriet, Muriel King, Angela Cole, Rosalie Ricketts, Kathleen Smith, Bala Bala, Christopher Wright, KJ, Jamrock, Don James, Imo V, and Abina Sar Cody. Welcome, welcome. Blessed up in yourself, Mark Jack. Welcome. And without any delay, I'm going to hand over to Baron while I do some housekeeping. Devon Fletcher, Paul B. Bless up yourself, J.R. Coops. Good night.
All right, of course. Present good night, my wonderful audience. Melting Pot, big up yourself. All right.
Yes, my
of course, tonight, people. All right. Tonight feature the hidden agenda. Right. We are going to touch on the St. Thomas Urban Center, right? Urban development, and we are going to support that with some evidence in terms of what we are going to prove tonight, because I am staying here, and let me categorically state it, that the St. Thomas Urban Center, right, as it relates to what the evidence, right, or the evidences are suggesting, right, that is what we call a laundry machine, right? Laundry machine, and we are going to explain that in detail to the people, right? Interesting night tonight. We have, of course, Head Boy will be joining us soon. We have Brother Rattigan who will be joining us as well, and I'm glad that Brother Rattigan is here in spite of certain evidence that we are going to unfold, right? And I want to also speak particularly as it relates to the case with the mud driver, and of course we have Daisy Magazine in the space.
Greetings, Mystic Sensation, Anne-Marie Byron, Melting Pot, Wagwan. Good to see you, my friend. Good to see you, good to see you. And to everybody in the chat, much love and respect, much love and respect. You know, work, keep you busy because, you know, the bills got to be paid. but you know, but I'm happy to be back, to be in this space and, you know, sharing my thoughts. And I like your topic though, hidden agenda.
Yes.
Many hidden the agenda, yes, it's hiding from the Jamaican people. You know.
My God. And
so,
we are going to
Bolo, big up yourself.
Bolo VNR, big up yourself, Bolo, and people in the space. Remember, you know, go over and support Bolo. You understand? Because Bolo, the man who is doing a lot of work in the field as well. Right? And tonight, as I said, is going to be very interesting as it relates to the evidence. The evidence is that we are going to unfold, right, and show, right, the clear evidence. Right, now, we have heard the madness that happened as it relates to the clinical drill, right, that, you know, this administration spent $31 million for. Madness. But before we get into it, let me just have Sister Daisy meet and greet is her wonderful people, and then we move that on to Melting Pot. All right, Sister Daisy, meet and greet your people.
Yeah, Byron, again, thanks. It's good to be back in the space, and I watch you as often as I can. And, you know, Jamaica is rich in content, and there's no lack of that. And if you keep your ears to the ground, there's so much, you know, so much content coming out of Jamaica that it can keep you busy 24 hours a day, 365 days for the year. Yes. But I'm glad to be back, and to everybody in the chat, Freedom, you know, all of them, Bolo, everybody. I don't want to start calling names because I don't want anybody to get jealous. So everybody in the chat, they are my friends. Yes. Love everybody. And yes, I hear that you asked for me. So yes, I get your messages. But I'm good, thank the Lord. I'm doing well, doing good. So it is good to be back. And you know, I'm just here to share my thoughts. I know I can only spend an hour this evening, but I'd rather be in this space and share some time, you know. And Melting Pot, it is good to see you. You should be asleep, Melting Pot.
All right.
But we are due to call you after the bone, you know.
There you go.
100%, 100%. So we are here to share our thoughts. And at the end of and like I always say, our job is to educate and edify the Jamaican people so that they become informed voters. That's what it is about. And they do not vote for personalities and clerks and glasses and, bike. Vote for policies. It's policies that makes your life better. Go on, Pastor Ricky, how you doing? Greetings, good to see you. It is, yes. So it's policies that they must vote for. And if they, you hear the argument of what has the PNP done in 18 years and the PNP mash up the country. But if you look at PNP policies through various PNP administrations, you will see that the JLP is operating on a PNP foundation. They put a roof on the PNP foundation.
Yes.
The roof can blow off, but the foundation will always be there.
There you go.
The foundation will always be there. So you cannot, you cannot stay on cow back and cow skin tough. So you cannot be work operating on these people's foundation and saying, boy, it's no good when you just come and put a roof over it for the moment.
There you go.
You see? And when all kinds of winds will come and blow it here and blow it there, blow off the roof. But the foundation still stands. The NHT Foundation, PATH Foundation, TPDCO Foundation, all those policies that were put in place, the Health Fund Foundation. So when you're talking about somebody destroy something, you cannot do it when there's evidence to show otherwise. And if this administration has been so disingenuous, and it is our job to say no, because the people matter more than anybody else. And it's not JLP Jamaica and PNP Jamaica. It's one Jamaica at the end of the day.
This person has been coming from last week or not.
Okay. All right. So of course we have seen Will Rattigan in this space. Bless up my brother. Head boy is in the space. And this is the first time for Ed Boy and Mystic Sensation. And we are happy to have Ed Boy here amongst us. So let us go down the level as it relates to melting pot. I'm going to leave Pastor Ricky for last because I want Pastor Ricky to pray before we proceed. So melting pot, and let me say this, to the fact that we have the panel, right? We have X amount of people in this space at the panel. We are asking persons to try to limit, right, in terms of dealing with the questions, right? Utilize the maximum 4 minutes to get their point across, right? And of course, my wife will be taking the time in terms of, you doing that. All right, so melting pot, take it away for us.
Yeah, I must say greetings to everyone tuning in tonight. It's been a couple of weeks I've been away, but it's good to be back in the space, sharing the platform with you guys. Yeah. Also, a big up to the host and Sir Byron, Lady Anne Marie, Technical Director. Tonight we have in the house none other than that Daisy Magazine. Yeah, Pastor Ricky, big up yourself, same way. Sir Rattigan, enough respect, same way. And Ed Boy tuning in for the first time, must welcome you to the Mystic Sensation Live. But tonight, people, it's a night when we are all here and we are, in unison.
All right.
Echoing the voice out there to the people. Yeah, the truth and the reality. Yeah, behind this hidden agenda topic. So tonight we have come deliver the message to the people because the people is what we are here to represent. You understand? Yeah. So, with all the problem that we have in Jamaica, we have to stand strong together as one, and just deal with the situation as it presents itself because, we have a kleptocratic government that seems every week to have scandal on top of scandal. We have to be here and unravel the bag of scandal that them have. So, like Sir Byron said tonight, the panel big. So, I yield back the floor to our next member of the panel.
All right, wonderful. And as I said, we are happy to have Ed Boy here with us for the first time. And so then let me just give Head Boy the opportunity to meet and greet his people. Right, Head Boy, come into the space. Ed boy, are you hearing us?
I don't think he's hearing us. Move on.
Okay, all right. Rattigan, take over the space as it relates to until Ed boy up and ready.
Okay. Yeah, good evening, everybody. Sister Daisy. We'll find you. Lord Byron, Lady Anne Marie, melting pot. We missed it the last couple of weeks, my brother. But you know, I said the thing go, you have to do what you have to do, and we're happy you're there. Pastor Ricky, the man who's up on the forefront, who's not afraid to call out this kleptocratic and they call the Prime Minister criminal Prime Minister. But listen, folks, it's going to be a wonderful night tonight because family there. I just want to remind you, please go ahead and sign the petition, the Magnitsky petition. We need you to sign it, and you do not have to make a donation in order to sign. Apparently, some people have been reading the thing incorrectly, or there is a glitch. But some people are telling me that they have to make a donation before they sign. You don't have to do it, and if that is the case, then please let me know so we can fix that problem. And the second thing.
Oh shit. Okay, Rattigan get kicked off. Tell Rattigan to sign in again. Okay. All right. Ed boy, is Ed boy there? Okay. All right. Since we are not getting Ed boy, as we said, we leave Pastor Ricky for last. You know, Pastor Ricky, I talked to Pastor Ricky earlier today, and I asked Pastor Ricky, right, before, so I want Pastor Ricky to pray a prayer for Mark Golden and, you know, bless up Ibrahim Shoreri in the space. Pastor Ricky, go ahead and do us that favor, right?
Yes, thank you, Sir Byron. Good afternoon, Lady Anne Marie, Sir Byron. Miss Daisy Magazine, God bless you. Melting Pot General from across the water. Welcome, Ed Boy. Sir Rattigan, God bless you. Everyone in the chat, good night. Let us pray. Father, we honor you. We worship you. We adore you. We recognize that if we search all over, mighty God, we couldn't find no one that's greater than you. We declare and decree in this atmosphere that you are the great I am, the one who's great and greatly to be praised. Tonight we come in the matchless name of our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ, the God who is and was to come, the beginning and the end, the first and the last, the Alpha and the Omega, presenting this program into your hands once again. Thank you for this space. Thank you, mighty God, that you have made a way for us to come together on one accord, to teach, to share pertinent revelation, knowledge, and information so that the people of Jamaica can make an informed decision, that they will make the right choice and the wise choice as it relates to the upcoming general election. Thank you for your daughter, Lady Anne Marie. Continue to give her the grace, the courage, the strength as she navigates through the different clips and videos and documents. We thank you that the internet will function and that there will not be any disturbance in the mighty name of Jesus. Bless her husband, Sir Byron. We thank you for what you have raised him up for such a time to do. We thank you for the investigations and the deep dive search. We thank you that you're giving him the strength, the courage, the boldness to speak truth to power. Bless your son, Melting Pot, and his wife, their children and grandchildren. Also, Sir Byron, Lady Anne Marie, children and grandchildren. Bless them, keep them, lead and guide Melting Pot and his wife. Continue to make ways for them. We thank you for Lady Maria, aka Miss Daisy Magazine. Breathe a fresh wind on her. Continue to saturate her with your presence, her family, children, and household. Pass them not, O gently Savior. We thank you for Head Boy, who has joined us tonight for the first time. Continue to equip him with information and revelation as he disseminate and share. We pray, oh God, that you will continue to renew his strength. Watch over him. Let no evil befall him and his family. We pray for Sir Rattigan. We thank you for what you're doing in such a time as this in his life. Continue to heal him. Continue to strengthen him. Bless his wife. Bless his children. Bless his household and family. We thank you for Comrade Leader Mark Golden, a man of principle, a man who stands on the threshold of becoming the next Prime Minister of Jamaica. If there's such a time, we need a leader with character, with integrity and honesty. Mighty God, it's no other time than now. We pray that you will sustain Comrade Leader Mark Golden, bless his wife, Lady Sandra Golden, continue to equip them, persevere them, keep them safe and secure in the olive palms of your hands. Let no evil befall them. We thank you for such a time as this, that you have given him a vision and inspire him to choose 63 candidates who are up for election coming up to be MP representative for the 63 constituents. We're thanking you in advance for massive landslide victory. And we're grateful that even if we have 55, 60 candidates, we need it at such a time as this in Jamaica. Cover Comrade Leader Mark Golden. Bless his thoughts, bless his thinking. Give him ideas and give him concepts and visions and dreams to take Jamaica from corruption to elevate them to a first world country where corruption will not be the dominant, mighty God factor of this day. We thank you that he, like Ibrahim Shoeri, will invest in this people. People are your greatest asset. Unfortunately, this prime minister does not understand, doesn't know that when you have people, you invest in the people, you educate, you empower, you equip, you create opportunities for production, for growth. And we are grateful that Abraham Shoeri has done this in his country, Burkina Faso, in agriculture, in manufacturing, in kicking out the colonials who had them bound for so many years, reaping and robbing the minerals in the soil of the ground. Same thing that is happening in Jamaica. We thank you that you have put up these leaders that will stamp out corruption, and you're putting in leaders of integrity and honesty and transparency. So we give you praise for these great leaders. And how can we forget our former Prime Minister, Michael Manley, who paved the way and stood in the face of the United States, stood up against the CIA, stood in the face of Seaga, who collaborate with the CIA to try to assassinate him on 3 different times, tried to destabilize Jamaica. Mighty God brought guns and ammunition to create political violence, such despicable acts of wickedness and the evil, the same thing we're seeing in this prime minister's heart. So Father God, take control of Jamaica, take control of Comrade Leader Mark Golden, take control of his new government, take control of the people of Jamaica. We give you the praise as we anticipate this prime minister to be prosecuted and spend the rest of his life in prison. Let all of his assets be seized, and the money that is made from his assets will be put back into the economy. It first had belonged to the people of Jamaica originally, in Jesus' name. And everyone who agrees says amen. Praise God.
Amen. Amen. To God be the glory. And we want to say special praises to Ibrahim Shoeri, who is now revolutionized the mind of the African people, right? Uniting the nation of Africa. We want to say big thanks to you, Ibrahim Shoeri, for that. And sorry, Brother Ratigan, right, for you to be just up off the panel like that. Let me just allow you the opportunity to finish, Brother Ratigan. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was just trying to remind everyone that there's a Magnitsky petition out there, and I'm asking everyone to sign the thing. It has to do with holding the government accountable for kleptocracy, corruption, and gross human rights violations. I think it's like 55,000 people have visited the petition, but we've had a small number of people have actually signed it. And when I talk to people, they said there are 2 reasons. One is they believe that they have to make a donation in order to sign, and they don't understand. Well, you don't have to make a donation to sign. I think people are reading it incorrectly, or there's a glitch, one of the two. But but I've spoken to numbers of people and they said, no, they don't have any problem. They just go on sign. Don't make a donation over there, by the way. Make a donation over to One Jamaica Legal Defense Foundation. And the second reason is that they believe that the government is going to find out that they signed, and you know, this government is a retaliatory government, and it's a government where mete out consequences if you say anything untoward about them. So people are afraid because them no want them drag them out from underneath them bed. So them say, why them no want sign? Well, let me just reassure you that the government doesn't have access to this site, and they will not know who signed. And you won't know who signed when you sign either, because when you sign for yourself and you can't see the list. So I'm just trying to reassure people that sign the thing. You don't have to worry about the government. And the second thing is you don't have to worry about making a donation. Make a donation over to One Jamaica Legal Defense Foundation, because we're having on Saturday, June 21st, we're having a reconnection rally in Jamaica at the Randy Williams Entertainment Center, where we're going to invite families to come out, and it's a free event. We're planning to give away some tablets. We're planning to feed the kids, entertain the kids, and also entertain the adults. And then we're going to have some speeches, and the speeches will be about the Constitution and the cost of living through the lens of civics. Through the lens of civics. We're going to teach people what it means to be a Jamaican, because if you ask most people, what does it mean to you to be a Jamaican in the sight of civics, they can't really answer. Part of that is because the government took civics out of the class because they don't want you to know what your rights are. Well, we're trying to reverse the curse. So we're planning to teach people, or have people relearn what it means to be a Jamaican. So we're looking forward to all of that, and you'll hear me talk more about it through the course of this program. Tomorrow night on our program, and I have a program on Thursday night, and then on Saturday we're going to come back. And then on Saturday we have a fundraiser, by the way. We have a fundraiser. It's going to be a sound clash, and it's going to be a sound clash between Shaka Fame from Portland Spice, and of course, you know, our in-house DJ Kevin Stew. So when you tune into that, people, enough niceness.
Okay. All right, thank you for that. Ratty, you want to use the time to answer that in terms of what that person is saying here? Why don't we
remove the donation aspect? We can't. It's not our website. It's change.org. And so that's what they do. They have their own, it's their platform, and they have their own petitions going on over there. So they're asking people to support them. So we're actually borrowing their, you know, using their platform to advertise our event, and they've allowed us to do it. Now, some people have donated, and to change.org's credit, what they've done is they've pushed it out to various websites. So we have a lot of people who have signed. They're not Jamaicans, and they really don't know what the issues are, except that they've read it and they said this is something that we can support. So, but I think we've given them enough money right now. So we need to just move the money over, or start putting the money over to One Jamaica Legal Defense Foundation. Oh, there it is. Yeah, there's a link saying, please do not donate when signing. Skip that box. All right, there you go. All right, if you, right there where you put up. Thanks, Lady Anne-Marie.
And the link is pinned at the top of the chat to get to the petition. So those who have not signed yet.
All right, head boy, are you there as yet?
I am here, gentlemen and ladies. I want to greet you. I want to greet you, Sir Byron. I want to greet Melting Pot, Daisy Magazine, and of course Pastor Ricky, and my good friend Sir Wilfred Rattigan. And let me say how humbled I am to be among such giants, such persons who have been imparting knowledge to our people, and who have been holding the fire to the feet of the government, and have been ensuring that we have transparency, accountability, and responsibility, which are the PAR principles, which are very much important in our democracy. I want to say I'm honored to join you tonight, and I will not be dignified. I will definitely be turning it up over here, because when things are hot and when the situation get tough, you can't hold it no more as they say pressure bust pipe. You got to call up. And so we will be balling out here tonight because we will be highlighting some major corruption that should have never happened in the first place. Thank you, I yield, and I'll hand over to you, Byron.
Thank you very much, Head Boy. And we all have heard what Head Boy said, right? Pressure must pipe, certainly. Tonight, pressure is going to burst that pipe with likes like Melting Pot, Daisy Magazine, Pastor Ricky, Head Boy, Bill Rattigan. People, tighten your seat belt. It is going to be, trust me. Yes. So tonight, one of our first topic of discussion is the craziness as it relates to the $31 million purchase of, that surgical drill. And we are going to, do a deep dive in it. I know from time to time, people have heard me, right? Speaking about Audrey Sewell, right? Who was once permanent secretary of various ministries that Andrew Holness pulled her through, and now have her propelled to the cabinet secretary. Remember that we spoke about a master key that Andrew Holness wanted, and now evidence that the master key is working. We are going to deep dive into the situation. Now, first, let me say this, that when it comes to all expenditures, government expenditures, the permanent secretaries, right, are important. They are the ones who signed off, right, on all expenditures. Now, so we are going to get deep dive into the $31 million madness, craziness, right? Here you have a member of parliament, right, who had done that situation as it relates to make a so-called purchase, right, where we know obviously that he's lying. And we are going to deep dive in terms of that investigation. The Integrity Commission investigators need to zoom in on this. Let me say before I start here, the permanent secretary, the health permanent secretary, and I'm glad that we have this panel here tonight. So let me just warn the permanent secretary from now that you need to come out and explain this detail. As it relates to this particular item, surgical drill, you need to come out and explain it, right? And I see Integrity Commission investigators, a new one on the list. Now, let us get into that and let us listen to Dr. Dawes, right, speaking on the issue, right? And of course, we are going to ask the panel to tune in on this, right? So let us find this information, right? Now let us hear what Dr. Dawes has to say.
Following is a release from the People's National Party Media Unit.
This is Dr. Alfred Dawes, opposition spokesperson on health and wellness. I want to raise some very troubling questions this morning about how taxpayers' money is being spent in our health sector. We have recently learned that the Southeast Regional Health Authority, SARA, has purchased a single surgical drill for the Bustamante Hospital for Children at the staggering cost of $31,467,708, which includes 2 years of maintenance. To put this in perspective, the recent refurbishment of 4 operating theaters at the Kingston Public Hospital, KPH, including essential mold treatment and critical repairs, cost only $24 million. How can the government justify paying more for one piece of surgical equipment than it costs to refurbish 4 entire operating theaters in the largest hospital in the island? Something is rotten in the state of Jamaica. Industry sources have informed us reliably that the same drill with identical specifications can be sourced on the open market for just $5 million. There is no reasonable explanation for this massive price difference. especially when our health system is under extreme strain and operating theaters across the country are sitting unused. Let's be clear, no maintenance package, no additional equipment can justify such an astronomical price tag. The opposition is therefore asking the Ministry of Health and SARA to provide the following information to the public. A full explanation of the procurement process that led to this exorbitant purchase. Whether any additional drills have since been procured and at what price, and if the same company was used.
Yes.
At a time when operating theaters remain out of service at key hospitals, including the Seoul Theater, the Annata Bay Hospital, and 2 out of 4 theaters at the St. Anne's Bay Hospital, the Jamaican people deserve transparency and accountability. The taxpayers of Jamaica have not received value for their money. The country deserves answers, and the Ministry of Health must provide them.
Visit our website at pnp.org.jm or check us out on Facebook at Jamaica.
Okay, my Jamaican people. Now, this is where some serious questions are going to lay at the feet of the Permanent Secretary. The Permanent Secretary must come out and speak to Jamaican people. Must come out and speak to Jamaican. Why am I going there? Because the Permanent Secretary would have signed off on this. Why am I going there? It is the responsibility of the Permanent Secretary, right, in order to do something like this and to make a purchase like this. Must investigate, right, as it relates to the best interests of Jamaican people, right, to find, right, where prices can be queried, and of course, do the best, right, as it relates to the convenient price that is going to suit the Jamaican people effectively. The Permanent Secretary, right, based on what we have seen here, right, signed off on something like this, right, a price tag that is padded and over padded, something that you can get for Jamaican $5 million. Actually, it's roughly about 40,000 US. Now, the criminal padded to be $31 million. Now, let me begin something here, because this is very serious. This is extremely serious, Jamaican people. This goes to show us, as it relates to how easy that we can see, based on this behavior, this criminal behavior, how Cornwall Regional Hospital, right, could have started at $2 billion and now escalated to $27 billion based on behavior like this. Now, as it relates to the Health Ministry itself, they cannot give an account for over $700 and odd billion. This is what they are doing with taxpayers' money as it relates to nepotism, cronyism, giving their friends contract, right, to overcharge the government, to overcharge taxpayers, putting that on taxpayers' back and asking the taxpayers to give them a third term. I want to begin this evening with Ed Boy, right? To the fact that it's the first time Ed Boy is coming on the panel. I am giving him the opportunity to respond to the situation. Now, Ed Boy, let me ask, as it relates to $31 million, right, invoice that slapped to taxpayers. That slapped to taxpayers.
Right.
In terms of the Permanent Secretary, right, who would be working on behalf of the Jamaican people as it relates to government expenditures, to ensure that government expenditures spent effectively,
yes,
right, using cost-effective method. We are seeing where this have not done. We have seen where this bill had been, and what we have been told, that of course this is an act of nepotism, that someone, not calling any name now, member of parliament, right, company, who had done this. What you have to say on this matter, Ed Boy?
Well, let me first say that it's a sad day in Jamaica. Similarly, I'll say the similar statements that were shared by Andrew Holness when he was then Prime Minister, well, opposition leader, sorry, when Richard Azan, through his good heart and goodwill, tried through a friend and contractor in the constituency to build some shops for some vendors in Spalding so that they could come out of the sun and ply their wares. What we're seeing happening now with this situation is a classic water tangle web you weave when at first you practice to deceive. Because by his own admission, the brother of Colonel Charles Sr. and the uncle of Colonel Charles Jr., I want to ensure that people hear the family relations, took upon himself as the head of Sarah to have a bid come to Sarah for this contract. He said in his own statement that there was a 12 million bid, there was a 31 million bid, 30 million bid, and there was also the 31 and a 50 million bid. By normal procurement procedures in Jamaica, you typically go for the lowest bidder. That is how procurement works. But let us remind ourselves of history. Is Mr. Dunstan Bryan still the permanent secretary of the Ministry of Health?
But if you're asking me based on the last information that I have on Dunstan Bryan, when we were talking about the reconciliation report, right?
Yeah.
He took time off and went into the United States. I don't know if he returned. That is the last information I heard about him.
So who is the permanent secretary? Because, well, we know that this drill actually occurred before he took time off, but we need to double check that.
Yes.
But the point that I'm making is that I'm making the correlation to show that this is not the first time the ministry had a problem here. You know. We had a market need that was referred to the Integrity Commission. To this day, we cannot, because the person was accused and it is alleged to have had a close relationship to the minister, closer than how Jesus was to the Lord. So we don't know how this market need situation has worked out. And now we're now faced with a drill situation, which we know that the permanent secretary and the chairman of Sarah, Mr. Wensworth Charles, need to explain to us how it is that basic tenets of procurement were avoided to accommodate a company with a trustee director. By the way, no government, no statutory agency of government should be engaged in a business with somebody who own a company where they don't know who truly is the ultimate beneficial owner. Because the trustee doesn't own the company, you know. You cannot be a trustee and an owner of the same. And I'm certain Sir Rattigan can tell you that. So if you're a trustee, you're holding those shares for somebody. Who is this gentleman holding those shares for? And those are the questions that we need to ask, because if we then know who is holding the shares for, we will see who truly benefited from this contract. And I don't want to go far and beyond, so let me allow the other panelists to zone in, and I hand over to you, Byron.
All right, thank you very much for that input, Edward. Yes, definitely tonight we'll be definitely doing a deep dive in it. All right, the only lady on the panel, Lady Maria. My wife want to answer you, Edward, as it relates to before I make Maria comes in. As it relates to who is the current permanent secretary. Right, go ahead.
Okay, so the current permanent secretary of the Ministry of Health and Wellness in Jamaica is Errol C. Green, and he's an OD JP. He assumed the role effective September 1, 2024. But interestingly, before his current appointment, he served as the regional director of the Southeast Regional Health Authority, which is your Sarah.
Okay.
You know what? Quickly, if you want to know to get anything greener than green, you check Herald Green.
Okay.
Now, this man presided as the CEO, as the, what they call it now then, as the town clerk, when Desmond McKenzie was the mayor of Kingston for a very long time.
Whoa.
So remember, you got to know this man's antecedent. Not only was he the town clerk, then he left and was at Wera. He was involved in the Cornwall Regional Project, you know.
Problem.
He was the chairman there, and then they moved him to Sarah when they had the issue with the babies that were found not properly disposed of. Yeah. So this is the sit, and let me tell you, this man is as closest as to Andrew Holness as Desmond McKenzie as you can find any permanent secretary like the one Audrey Swell. So what they have done is gone to recruit their political friend to become permanent secretary of the Ministry of Health, because his job is to help the Labour Party to find its campaign financing, and it is clear that was what he did in the West and what he's now doing at the ministry. I yield to you, brothers.
My God, so what you just identify is a gang of sticky fingers. You understand? A syndicate of sticky fingers. Sister Maria, take it away, Sister Maria.
Yeah, I once heard somebody, I think it was Raymond Price on another platform, refer to them as having adhesive fingers, you know.
Goodness.
Ratigan, my brother, good to see you. Much love and respect. Yeah, head boy, good to see you in the space and have a conversation with you. But I'm listening to you talk about this $31 million purchase of a drill for Bustamante Hospital for Children. What happened to the money that Shaggy raised for the hospital? What, I know it was handed over to them. What was that money used for? Because I would think that that money that was raised, you would use it to purchase necessary equipment for the hospital. But that aside, you know, the Ministry of Health has $750 billion that has gone unaccounted for. You have Cornwall Beryllium Regional that is bleeding money. You have Market Me, 80 how much million dollars, and now you have this $31 million, and there's no accountability coming from anybody with regard to these expenditures. And you notice that there's a lot of MPs and councillors who seem to be more businessmen than they are operating their businesses, than they are running the business of the country that they were elected to run. And it begs the question, you know, with all this interdealing and all of that, why should the people put them back into office? Because you have them dipping and double dipping and triple dipping and quadruple dipping in the taxpayers' coffers because they are getting a salary from the taxpayers. And then you hear that they are then doing business with the government, which is mean that no, the taxpayers are paying them for whatever businesses that they are doing with the government. And then you turn around and then now they are offering the services back to the people. So everywhere you take it, they are the ones benefiting most from being in that position. So my question is, why should the Jamaican people trust them? Given that all of this is out in front of us, it is blatant corruption. And I would think that the hospital, the Ministry of Health, Ministry of Finance, and the ministries that would be connected to hospitals would have in place a system where they would directly procure these equipment, these machinery from vendors themselves, so it would come and the ministry would pay for it. Somebody can educate me as to how that process works. But then again, head boy talked about the bidding process, and in the bidding process, it went to the second highest bidder because that bidder had connections. Why is it that way? And where are the invoices to prove what is the real cost as against what they spent? So everywhere they turn, they are bleeding the Jamaican people, bleeding taxpayers' money. Jamaica is hemorrhaging. Jamaica doesn't have a money problem. It has a corruption problem, a mismanagement of taxpayer dollars problem. And when you start spending taxpayers' money on taxpayers, you see what happens. You see the results. And you can look at what is happening in the Kingston and St. Andrew Municipal Corporation, where you have a new mayor who spends taxpayers' dollars on taxpayers. So if the government was doing it from the council, from the municipal level to the constituency level to the ministerial level, you wouldn't have Jamaica in the state that it is in right now. And it is a mighty shame. And this cannot continue, cannot keep sweeping these things under the carpet and pretend that we don't see these things. That they say you can't, don't believe your lying eyes. So it is a wake-up call, and people need to realize that because of the friend and cronyism and the nepotism, that they cannot have good hospitals.
Okay, are you through, Sister Maria? Right, thank you for that spicy input. All right, the situation is overbearing Jamaica. Overbearing, to be honest. Right, when you think that, okay, the members of parliament, and what hurt us more, Jamaica, let me speak it. What hurt us more is that the prime minister goes out and try to justify the 200 and 300% raise increase to them in saying that they will perform much better and in the interest of the Jamaican people. And this is what we are getting for 200 and 300% raise. Now, it can't be that we have members of parliament. This is really a banana republic. We have members of parliament conducting their business and at the same time, right, collecting 200 and 300% raise. And no one put their business into a blind trust. No, this is madness. This can't happen, Jamaican people. Andrew Holness administration is openly robbing taxpayers. This is not, they are not hiding it. They are not hiding it, openly robbing taxpayers, and they believe that the taxpayers are naive. After doing all of this, asking taxpayers to do what? Give them a third term. How can you explain to taxpayers? Andrew Holness, I'm talking to you because you are the mastermind. How can you, Andrew Holness, explain to the taxpayers that where you could purchase, right, a surgical drill for just $5 million Jamaican dollars? You, through nepotism and cronyism, right, set up your friend to rob the taxpayers in charging the taxpayers $31 million. How can you explain that? And we see you're running out an urban center. Wait until we touch that topic. Wait until we touch that topic. Now, let me say this. Pastor Ricky, take it away.
Yeah, thank you, Sir Byron. Listen, Comrade Leader Mark Golden says, a corrupt government cannot liberate the people. If the head of the stream is corrupt, then the whole entire government is corrupt. And it's so true. We all know, let me just say this. I've always respected the office of the Prime Minister, as I said all the time, but I do not respect the current holder of the office of the Prime Minister. And I've said it repeatedly, and I'm going to say it again. The current holder is a criminal, should be prosecuted, will be prosecuted, and go to prison. We all know, and we've been saying this, that the procurement process is where they embezzle taxpayers' funds. And also these cost overruns is another way how they embezzle taxpayers' funds. So buying a drill at the fair market value, inflate the price to 6 times more than it's worth. I mean, what can go so? So many of them are get kicked back, the permanent secretary, the cabinet secretary, and what for blame the prime minister and the health minister, because the Ministry of Health is in his office. So the buck stops with the prime minister. So he's getting kicked back from every procurement that is procured in his office in the government. And the level of nepotism and cronyism and conflicts of interest that we're witnessing, we have never seen this before in the history of our country. These people are bold-faced with corruption and they don't care. This is why we have to hold them accountable, because at the end of the day, the taxpayers, them are feeling. The Prime Minister, the Permanent Secretary, the Cabinet Secretary, the Minister of Health, they're all getting kickbacks from their friends who they overvalue the price of everything that is procured in the government, and so they all benefit from it. And that's corruption 101. The Auditor General, and we know all the 19 agencies and 15 ministry will have a forensic audit at the changing of the guard. And these people should be held accountable. Anybody who support the Jamaica Labour Party is supporting corruption. And this is a crying shame, because this is taken away from schools having the equipment and the broadband internet services and the students having a meal to eat per day. This is taken from hospitals having beds and medications and equipment, CT scan, ventilation, X-ray machine, and ambulances. The level of corruption, as Lady Maria said, it's actually $830 billion that is stolen from the Ministry of Health. 800 billion. And I guarantee when the forensic audits are done, we will see a lot of procurement as make up a part of that $830 billion. Over back to you.
Okay, thank you for that. All right, let us bring in none other than the living sledgehammer in the space. Melting Pot, take it away.
Yes, my brother. Yes, panelists, you know. I want to just look at the Ministry of Health, yeah, and under whose leadership it's been run. The people, as we rightly know, yeah, in charge of that sector, Christopher Tufton as the Minister of Health, the Prime Minister as the Chief Civil Servant, yeah, and the person in charge of releasing the funds, Permanent Secretary. Now, between these three people, we have problem. But I want to let them know that when it comes to health, we cannot compromise that because of corruption. Health has to be of paramount interest. It cannot be that people go and play around with the health sector because they want kickback for whatever reason, or they want to enrich themselves for when them walls off in the sunset. And then the Jamaican suffered. But the Jamaican is the one who are footing the bill, the taxpayers. You understand? Now, when we look at Christopher Tufton, yeah, we see a man who have no regard for health and should never be the Minister of Health. And we are seeing it happening more and more, where his ministry is under extreme scrutiny based on high expenditure overrunning bills. Costs. Just look at Beryllium Hospital in Cornwall. Exactly. That can't finish 9.5 years and move from a sum of 2 billion to now almost heading towards 30 billion, not far away, somewhere between 26 and 27 billion. And we are seeing where Christopher Tufton has also thrown away 85 million, telling Jamaican that is, you know, have a wellness program called Market Me. Now all of these things need questioning, serious questioning. Because, I mean, you can market something, you know, when we look deep behind the market value, all we can see is a close connection to the person who give away the money. But we don't see anything happen since that money give away. So those are the two eras. Yeah, we get to the third era now, which is this surgical drill. I cannot believe in an election year that these people are still so emboldened with corruption. You think that they would cease and desist from the high level of corruption, but it seemed like a runaway train out of control.
Exactly.
How can you have a surgical drill, yeah, that you gonna increase the value to the taxpayer to the tune of 5 times the amount? As past said, what can go so? And I mean, many Jamaicans is asking the same question. Now that it has been revealed to them. Yeah, because I mean, I like the work that Dr. Alfred Dawes put in, you know, to uncover the scandal and corruption surrounding the surgical drill. And I mean, a lot of people were, you know, refuting the claims earlier on and talking about political gain and all type of stupidity. But the truth has now come to tuition.
Exactly.
And here we are discussing the matters. I think Tough Tongue should resign tomorrow morning if he have any decent moral. If not, I think the whole entire Jamaica Labour Party cabinet should resign. Give up the post. Every single one of them. Free up Jamaica from the bondage of corruption. And let us start to rebuild Jamaica. Because right now I can see all them doing is try to strangle Jamaica. Them suffocate the living life out of Jamaica. The country itself. You understand? So we know we have to be very, very strong in how we approach these people. We can't approach them in a weak way. We have to strong. Anything we come at, we have to come in with force at these people. Because these people need to be reigning. And you can't rein in something when you're weak. You have to apply the pressure, the force of nature, exercise all that there is. Because we have to bring these people to justice. Because throughout their 9.5 years, there is no accountability, you know, where these people is concerned. Led by Andrew Holness, the master of all corruption. And so we are finding that Jamaica has now become a broken country in terms of finance and in terms of moral discipline, coming from the people that the electorate choose to govern the country. These people have let down the electorate in no uncertain manner, and it's only fair that the electorate get what they just reward by seeing these men, all who are, you know, wrapped up in this corruption scandal, be charged and put behind bars. And that there's no 2 ways about that. This has to be the outcome. We can't have a slap on the wrist thing when this is all said and done. These people must face the justice system, and we are found guilty. All of them must fling in the prison cell, and that's where the key. And I yield back the floor.
All right, thank you for that. Let me be honest. Melting pot on the panel. I mean, to what we are seeing here, right? If when Jamaica Labour Party voted out, which they are going to vote out, and investigation is to proceed, it doesn't seem like you are going to have anyone left in the cabinet. All of them seem like they are going to be charged and sent to prison. Every single one of them. Now, of course, let me just before I go to Brother Rattigan, right? And I want to ask Brother Rattigan some questions as it relates to where the permanent secretary comes in all of this in terms of ensuring that, all right, the permanent secretary is looking, as it relates to the best interests of the Jamaican people, protecting the taxpayers' money, Brother Rattigan, right, and headboard, ensuring that, okay, when you are going to do any form of expenditures when it comes to over a certain threshold, right, they are making the decision in the best interest of the people. Now, we have the bidding process, right, as what Edward previously mentioned, right, and the various price range for that drill. And the government chose the permanent, let me just say what it is. The government chose to utilize the second highest bidding because that's what Ed Boy said. I think Ed Boy said one was there for something like 50
million.
Ed Boy, I want to remind
50 million, right? 50 million.
And according to what Ed Boy said, one was there for 50 million, one was there for 31 million, right? But yet, right,
And one for 12.
and two,
And one for 12 million. Yeah.
exactly. And so then the permanent secretary are those persons who make those decisions as it relates to the bidding process, right, tend to utilize the second highest bidder. And not only that, they utilize the second highest bidder. The second highest bidder has deep ties with the government. This cannot spell good. Cannot spell good. So, Brother Ratty, as it relates to where the permanent secretary involved in this, isn't that the permanent secretary, based on what is unfolding now, the permanent secretary should be probing the situation and pass on the respective report or findings to the Integrity Commission investigators? We're just asking you, Ratty, what is the process in terms of this?
Yeah, well, the investigation has to start, and
Yes.
the files have been turned over to the Integrity Commission as well as the Auditor General.
Thank
But
you.
before we get to that, let me just kind of bring everyone up to speed, because there's a lot of information that I don't think a lot of people know about. Today, as I was in front of my computer typing up questions for an ATI regarding this issue, I'd gotten to about 15 questions. And then I got a phone call saying Dr. Dawes was going to have a press conference. And I said, before I send him off, let me listen to him. And after I listened to him, I finalized my ATI right after I'm finished. And my ATI has 23 questions. And it's offered to the Ministry of Health and Wellness as well as to the Office of the Prime Minister. Now, here are some things when I listened to Dr. Dawes, here are some things that came out of the press conference. There were 3 drills purchased, at least 3 that we know of. 1 brand spanking new. 2 refurbished. The refurbished ones, they cost $1,600 US, but but the taxpayers paid $195,000 US for each one.
Wow.
This is not the new one we're talking about now, the 35 million one. This is the 2 refurbished ones.
Whoa.
Then he also mentioned that the company that purchased the alleged winning bidder that purchased that got the contract to purchase the drills.
The drill
is a company owned by a gentleman by the name of Donovan Williams. That name should ring a bell with you, because that man is I think is treasurer secretary in one of the prime ministers, or maybe more than one of the prime ministers' companies.
Hold on there. Let me help you with that name. Hold on. Let me help you with that name. Donovan Williams, right, have been the director for roughly about 2 or 3 companies for Andrew Holness.
Okay.
Jamaica Positive Foundation.
Mm-hmm.
He's a director of it. This is
Estate Bridge. He's in Estate Bridge, I believe. I believe he is the secretary of some in Estate
exactly.
Bridge.
Right? This is serious.
Now, here's the thing. The name of his company is Medical Technologies, Meditech.
My God.
No, the company, they have, I think, 50,000 shares, and he owns 40,000 out of the 50,000.
Conflict of interest.
Now, one of the things in Parliament is that before the election, you have to gazette your business interests that would have some connection to government, that you have a government contract or you're purchasing stuff for the government. Now, this company was formed in 2007. We don't know if he gazetted this thing because he just got elected in 2020. So we don't know, and this was 2007. So we don't even know. We don't even know if he revealed his business interest in this to the public. We don't know if that happened. Now, the other thing is that Medtronics, the company that manufactures the drill, I believe it's an American company, but it has an India subsidiary. Now, who was in India recently?
The Prime Minister.
And I've been informed that Christopher, Minister of Health and Wellness, was there.
Yes.
And it's possible that this was a gift. And somehow invoices were submitted. This is the information I'm being told. That's possible. It was a gift and invoices were submitted. Now, here's the thing. Who has jurisdiction in a matter like this? The IC, certainly.
Yes.
The Auditor General, certainly. The JCF as well. So I noticed that Dr. Dawes had two files, and he said one was going to the Auditor General and the other one was going to the IC. I don't hear him talking about the JCF, but they have concurrent jurisdiction as well. They can take up this case and run with it. In addition to which, they could also go to FID and ask FID to go through Egmont.
Yes.
And say, we needed to go to our overseas colleagues and find out some information about this. No. I search and I find Dr. Dawes. And I asked him two questions today. In fact, he's supposed to be coming on the program this Saturday. But I asked him two questions. I said, Dr. Dawes, let me ask you a question. Speak to me about possible conflict of interest, about a parliamentarian with a company that people don't even know about, doing business with the government and overcharging based on the price that he purchased, the company purchased the drills for, and what they sold the drills to the government. And his response was that they're supposed to report any business affiliation that they might have. All of that is supposed to be vetted, reported and vetted. Don't know if that happened.
Rafi, let me just ask you a question since you posed that question. Is there any current legislation that protect taxpayers' money as it relates to, these members of parliament having business while being a member of parliament, and where there is any legislation that clearly stated that they need to put their business into a blind trust? Do we have any such legislation?
No.
So that's the reason why they're doing it.
In fact, under the Constitution, if you're a senator, you're supposed to reveal your business affiliation to, guess who? The Governor General. That leech. That's who you're supposed to report it to, right? And if you're an MP, then you're supposed to, they've said just before the election, you're supposed to gazette it. You're supposed to tell the public, this is what I have, this is my business interest, this is how I do business with the government. We don't know if any of those constitutional provisions have been followed. We don't know. We'll have to look into that. So there's another point I wanted to raise. I asked Dr. Dawes, I said to him, let me ask you a question. Did you reach out to Medtronics and get a copy of the invoice from Medtronics? Because you're seeing it on one side. You're seeing it on the Jamaica side, right?
Yes.
But seeing it from the side that sold the thing. He said no. So I said to him, well, look, let me know if you don't need any help, because we will try our level best to get the invoice from, because there may not even be an invoice. We don't know. Or the invoice might be a minimal amount. We don't know. So,
but what again?
Yeah.
As it relates to the previous drills that you spoke about, right? And you said the possibility of it was given as a gift.
Oh yeah.
So you are saying, because I want Jamaican people to understand that it may be given as a gift, right? And the criminals converted it, you understand, as high cost to taxpayers.
Yeah. This is what you're saying. So yeah.
We need for them to understand that.
Yeah. We need to go back and look to see the dates that these things entered Jamaica, right? And then we can trace that to say, okay, if it whenever they came in, look at when the travel took place. And then we'd have to go back and find out, when, how those things came into the possession of these politicians. Now, the thing about it is that think about it. The refurbished ones, when you add up the purchase price, customs, duties, tariffs, taxes, came up to a grand total of 250,000 Jamaican dollars. 250,000 Jamaican dollars. And which they say the refurbished thing was $1,600 US, but then billed to the taxpayers for 195,000 US dollars. The other one was 5 million Jamaican dollars, and then billed to the taxpayers for 35.4 million Jamaican dollars. I mean, this is just like suspicion on top of corruption on top of it's just, you need the people, especially the voters. I want them to take note of what I want, I want them to take note of what I want. And believe me, this is just the tip of the iceberg. I believe that there's so much more going on. There's so much that have gone on, and there's so much going on right now. But think about how heartless these people are. Think about how heartless these people are, that they must squeeze the life out of the Jamaican taxpayers, that they would have go and would have buy something like this and then come back and turn and put a markup like this. Nobody now say you can't get a contract and you can't make a profit on your dealings with it. But this is more than a profit. This is more than a profit. This is highway robbery. It's a robbery.
Yeah.
And the poor people, and think about it. Look how much equip. Oh, by the way, I want to know what something, India just gave Jamaica $60 million US worth of equipment. And I want the Honorable Kamina Johnson Smith say me, I watch her. She come out and make the speech, right? In fact, we can't tell her the things them. Hold on, we can't tell her the things them what them get. Because guess what happened now? The things them what them get, people need them things there in the hospital right now. I know them say we are gonna hold on upon them things because of hurricane season. We'll wait and see what happens. Hold on, not tell you one what them get, man.
This is madness.
Not tell you one what them get. Them get. Hold on a second there. Not tell you them people. Them people are not easy, Papa. Them people are not easy, When them are thief, them thief everything, All right, here I know. She get it for $60 million US. And here what she get for $60 million US. Here what Jamaica get. Gift.
Yes.
This includes 2,000 digital blood pressure machines, 12 vaccine refrigerators, 800 transport oxygen cylinders, 2,000 pocket pulse oximeters, 4 neonatal incubators, 1,000 solar powered lanterns, 12 commercial grade generators, and 160 UPS. That is just some of the things I'm getting. And people need them things in the hospital now, And them say, no, them things are they must store it right now over at Office of Disaster Preparedness and Emergency Management. So no, when them do the things when them big them want steel hull boat, them want cruise liner, them want satellite, them want rocket. What them do with all of them things that when them get, when them put out you see the list where them put out up in New York? You see the list they put up in New York. Them all ask for fertilizer, and them thief out the Moroccan fertilizer. 72,000 bags. Come up to 7 point something million pounds of fertilizer. Them wrap up that and now them turn on and ask for fertilizer the other day. So we just want to know, so me keep me eye on this. I want the Office of Emergency Preparedness Management, whatever them call themselves, the Jamaican FEMA. Me I watch them and me I watch the Minister of Health. Because me I tell you, them things are, you watch and see what gonna happen. Watch and see what gonna happen. Because you know what them do? Them get them things, I know them do. Them give to them friend. And
yes.
Then when you go to the hospital for like a scanner or something, them say, no, we don't have none right now. Work. Go over here, go check doctor such and such. And you go and I saw the money make.
Private hospital.
So the money make. So,
but Rattigan, you said something. You used a word a while ago, Rattigan, said that they're heartless. And you can list the amount of things that they have done that prove that they are heartless. Because you look at this $31 million purchase, that that was just a billing, right? But you also look at how they're trampling on the rights of the Jamaican people. They don't care about them. You look at what they put forward in last year in the constitutional report, commission report that they put out. Nothing about the rights of the Jamaican people. You look at 140 days gone in the year, 130 extrajudicial killings. And everywhere you look, you see how cold-hearted they are toward the Jamaican people. And they're still saying to the Jamaican people, trust me with give me your vote. I am going to, the Prime Minister was in a studio and he said, dollars soon run. So why didn't it run in 9 years, since the 9 years that you have been in office? You know what I'm saying? So he's doing that, and you have to say to yourself, what purpose does it really serve to keep voting for the same evil?
Exactly.
Because it is evil. They're really cold-hearted and heartless to towards the Jamaican people. And how can you get all this that the people need right this minute in the hospitals, and you don't make sure the hospitals get these things? And when I saw them out there yesterday protesting, Minister Tufton, Babsy Grange, and Juliet, I don't know what Juliet Cuthbert was doing out there, quite frankly. But when I saw them out there, I said to myself, God, the hypocrisy of these people. Because it is more than just about the abuse of this nurse at this time. So many abuses have taken place at the hands of the government. So many abuses have taken place through the years. No word from them, nothing at all. And so this is performative for them. This is PR for them. Yes, we were out there protesting, but you have condoned and justified this kind of behavior. You don't care because it's happening over and over again. So it is really, the word for this government is just heartless across the board.
Let me just quickly finish up the mystic. Just quickly.
Go ahead.
Sister Maria mentioned about the extrajudicial killings, and I must mention that them at and even the opposition as a crime go down, and I've been telling them, please don't go down that road. Murder not gone down. Murder has not gone down, people.
Exactly.
And the numbers they're giving you, they're lying to you. They said that last year they had 1,146 murders, right? I have documents here showing that we have at least 1,624.
My
at
God.
least 1,624. Because there are 8 categories. Actually, Pastor Ricky, may be a reason today is 9 categories now. Pastor Ricky let me know, say you have to put extrajudicial killings inside it because some of those killings are not reported as murders. And then one of the biggest categories where people, you know, missing persons, that's not there. Here them have death investigation, undetermined deaths, self-defense, suicide, non-crime, death by misadventure, and manslaughter. You would be interested to know that under death investigation, they have some categories. Listen to them categories here. Body found. What that mean? Body found. Another one, decomposed body found. So we have body found, but it's not decomposed. Then we have another one, body decomposed. Then we have skeletal remains found, right? That's another one. No, you know, I say all of this to quickly make this point, you know, that the mouthpiece for the government at this point, Editor Senator Marlon Morgan, we ask him this question, you know, me ask him if he know about the category where they must shove the dead bodies them in and hide the numbers. And then we start asking if he know how many people them couldn't answer. But yesterday, today what? Tuesday? No, today Wednesday, right? Monday. Today what? Wednesday?
Tuesday.
Yeah. yesterday, him come from, and by the way, fireman if you up the whole panel. Fireman are listening in Jamaica.
Bless up, fireman.
Yeah. And him come from on that program yesterday. I was on the program, and you know what we talk about? We talk about how the furnaces are broken down, and know what they're doing with amputated limbs and medical waste and biohazard waste. They're burying it. Because the furnace then broke down. That's what we hear. We'll ask a question. We just ask. And they responded. They didn't respond to me until I wrote to the entire cabinet and said, "We don't need to ask Christopher Tufton about this." And the same day, they wrote me back, same Minister of Health, and said, "We're looking into it." So Conrad asked Marlon on the program, he said, "Marlon, do you think this is an appropriate response given the gravity of the situation?" You know, him answer what? In the answer, Conrad, him said, the policy of the Jamaican government is that medical waste will be appropriately disposed of. And then, you know, the man said after that, I don't know if on the panel, I listen to him say, the man call up my name and say, because Conrad tell him, me ask. Him say, him don't know, I must have believed a Peter Bunting, make arrangements with me, must forget police commissioner job, our consul general job, our ambassador job. Him say it appears, him get the impression that Peter Bunting and me must have some discussion, and we are talk if PNP win to the position and we will get Rattigan. And we have to just laugh. We have to just laugh at the nonsense. This is what them gone to know. In due time, we will deal with that. That piece there, in due time, we will deal with that.
Exactly.
But one moment, Rattigan. The other day, he said that you were upset because you didn't get the commissioner's job.
He said that.
And you said, you know what, you should be glad because I would be investigating you. Has he responded to that?
No, he hasn't responded because
he was
over at the Ministry of Education when Dean Roy Bernard was there. He was there when Grace McLean was there. He was there when Royal Reid was there. And I said to him, look, if I were in charge of the police, I wouldn't wait for the Integrity Commission because we have concurrent jurisdiction. So I would be looking at all of them. And guess what else I'd be looking at? You. And if the evidence pointed in your direction, a prison, you're gone. So
exactly.
You're right. Exactly. I yield.
All right. But, you know, Ratty, referring back to the medical donations from India, if the Jamaica Labour Party administration care for Jamaican people as they are seeking a third term, right, knowing to the fact the current status of the healthcare system, that the healthcare system is in a deplorable condition, and you get all of these, right, donations, right, from India. Why not use them now?
Private doctor.
Why not use them now?
I'm friend. Private
doctor. That doesn't make any sense. You understand? For you to put them in storage, anticipating what? Right? Serious weather conditions. That don't make no sense to us.
Mystic, it's gonna be just like the fertilizer. They put that storage and then the thing goes missing.
Right? This is not,
but you know what they're going to say, Rattigan, Mystic, you know what they're going to say? It's either the weather, bad weather, and they were rusted and they're broken down and they can't, because so they're going to find some. So why not use them now when the people need it? They're going to find some excuse to justify why it is no longer available.
Hold on, because remember, I know the program is very big and we can't stay too long on one subject.
Okay.
We have to push off the subject line. You understand? Melting Pot, say what you have to say.
I just want to say, you know, I have a problem with Westminster model being used in Jamaica politics. You understand? Because what we are looking at here now, we know, all of these things that come to Jamaica as gift are being kept because Andrew Holness and all the Jamaica Labour Party member of parliament, they know that they're not going to win the election. They're just putting on a brave face, but they know they're not winning the election. But these are business-oriented people, and they have kept back these things for their business. So most of the things them that come to Jamaica as gift, they don't reach the intended target, which is the people. Exactly. These people keep them as a gift for themselves to put in their business. But if we had the Westminster model working in Jamaica, they could not do that because that contrive conflict of interest, nepotism and cronyism, and all of them would have gone to prison. And I yield back the floor.
All right. Let us move on. Pastor Ricky, say your little piece and we could just move on to
I just wanted to share that all of these donations that they get from India and other countries, they're gonna sell them to the private PSOJs and make a money off it, and don't give it to the public institution that it was designated for. These people are greedy, money hungry, and always creeping, filling their craw. So private doctors, you have to pay to see them. Public hospitals is free, so you just go. But when they sell these equipment to the private doctors, who are their friends? Then they make a money off it, and we don't hear nothing more about the money until Rattigan file at 8. The king of ATI, big up yourself, right?
All right, and this is why, Pastor Ricky. Now you understand the reason why I asked you to pray. Have a prayer goes out for Ibrahim Traore and Mark Golden. Now just look at what Andrew Holness administration is doing to Jamaican people. Ibrahim Traore take 2 years to turn around Burkina Faso. 2 years. 2 years, and Andrew Holness been there 9 years. And now, even getting right medical accessories, right, to give to the Jamaican people, particularly those in the healthcare who needed it, right? Who need it. And Andrew Holness administration hold on on it. You understand? So what? Anticipating whatever weather condition. This is foolishness. This is madness. This is madness. Knowing the condition what the healthcare is in, and knowing to the fact that also the healthcare cannot account for over $70 billion. Yes, go ahead.
From what Mr. Rattigan listed there as gifts, the generator might be appropriate and the freezer for hurricane relief, but the rest of it need to be used in hospital. They're not appropriate for relief. They're not relief stuff. So why are they holding them for disaster?
This is just crazy on the level of criminality. And then I hear someone want to link Andrew Holness to Ibrahim Traore. Hold on, the people. Hold on.
Sir Byron.
I think Ed Boy wants to jump in.
Yes, Ed Boy, come in.
I sent you something because 2 hours ago, Radio Jamaica interviewed Mr. Williams.
Yes.
That is one of the directors in the company, who is not trustee in the company. Mr. Williams' response is quite interesting because he's saying he's no longer, since 2022, he's no longer a trustee anymore in the company. But I want your audience to know that if you would use a colloquial expression in Jamaica, show me a company, it tells who you are. Definitely. Mr. Williams is the brother of the former mayor that I'm certain Melting Pot would love to hear that name, Feda.
Yes.
And I want you to know that Williams seemingly replaced the debarred lawyer from Barbican. So that is why now everything that you see the Prime Minister is doing, Williams' name seemingly is appearing on it. Remember that the same Williams was being questioned by the Integrity Commission. So I want people to understand how it is that in 2020, when he was an elected member of the House, like Norman down in Southeast St. Mary, he was busily offering his service to the government, because that's exactly what happened. He's through his share or trustee ownership in a company, which should not have happened, because there's no way a member of parliament can be doing business with the government. Same thing happened in Southeast St. Mary with the tax office, that Norman Dunn is collecting 15 million a year and nothing is happening there. And so we're saying tonight that this is not the first time Donovan Williams' name is being listed. He's listed in some of the companies of the Prime Minister.
Yep.
He's a close associate of the Prime Minister. And if we were to take sleep and mark debt, then we would then infer that the Prime Minister some way, somehow, has some association with this, because we know the Prime Minister's modus operandi to hide behind the veil of company secrets, to go into jurisdictions or into arrangements that hides the ultimate beneficial owners of companies. Because where Ratty said 50,000 shares, it's not 50,000, it's 100,000. It's 100,000. And this gentleman, Mr. Williams, owns 40,000 of those shares. Where is the next 60,000? Which means he's not the beneficial owner. So who is truly the beneficial owner? And there is an argument that Estate Bridge has a relationship with this company because the trustee that Mr. Williams is holding the shares for is actually Estate Bridge.
Oh my God.
My credibility on the line for this.
No, Edboy, right. Because I have the company details here. It's 100,000 shares that the company owns, right? The company Medical Technologies, and he holds 50,000. So the other 50,000, 5,000 is to a person called Athol Hamilton. Another 5,000 is to somebody called Trudy and Natasha Ricketts, and the other 50,000 unissued. So it's 1,000. It's 1,000. In my 40,000, there are two people. There are two other people in the company with 5,000 each. That's 50. And the other 50, they have not been issued. So he's a majority shareholder.
He's the majority shareholder.
Yeah.
But do we know?
As you're right, I have the number right in front of me looking at. Are you 100% correct? Yeah?
Yeah.
But then when push come to shove, you want to wiggle out it and say, well, I don't fit him.
Right.
Give me don't like trustee. Yeah. But if you are the person who is holding the share, but you can identify and tell us who you are holding the share for, obviously it have to come back to you.
Yeah.
Hey, look here. This is corruption, you know.
But using your
because
basic.
I am Edboy, I am spelling Andrew Holness all over this.
No, but I'm telling you, and I'm saying it with confidence by putting all of my political knowledge on the line and putting my credibility on the line, that this had something to do with Massa 28. Because if you really look at it, you will realize Donovan Williams' relationship, he does not, remember, you know, it's three of them work together. You have Donovan Williams, you have the other one, Feather, you have the PM, and you have the other one that is over the HAJ, the housing agency. It's the clique. It's when Michael Manley spoke about the clique, not Mr. Brown. Norman Brown, when Michael Manley spoke about the clique, he was referring to these three fellas. And let me tell you how powerful these guys are. Every single thing that passed through KCC, if you know how much monies were spent from KCC to win that election in Central Kingston during Donovan Williams' campaign. So we know that this is a clique in the JLP. But if you push it further, Andrew Holness and Tufton seemingly have made an alliance. They have agreed on one thing. Them can't agree on every other else thing. Them can't agree who should be the leader of the party. Them can't agree on which direction the party can go. Them can't agree on certain things. But what they do agree on is how to facilitate robbing the taxpayers of Jamaica under the pretense that they're sourcing equipments or inputs for the hospital. And we must say that this is one of the greatest shame that has ever befallen Jamaica. But quickly, Baron, this 3,000 fertilizer thing, because a lot of people don't know. They have forgotten. The Ministry of Agriculture said 3,700 bags of fertilizer were destroyed. I reached out to a retired RADA manager. And when I say retired, I'm just retired in 22. Him said to me, no. I was around in the system when the Moroccan government granted the fertilizer. He said, you know where those 3,700 bags gone? Him said those bags were actually sent directly to people who were associated closely to the Minister of Agriculture. Because what happened, if you were to destroy bags of fertilizer, and Ratino, you can't, by convention, you cannot just dispose of fertilizer in any old way. You got to do it through a structured way. There is nothing at the Ministry of Agriculture to show where they were sent to, who destroyed them, where they, and what was the outcome. He told me for a fact, he says, no, when the man them see the raiding that was happening with the fertilizers by some MPs, particularly the three in the West, Floyd Green as minister, because all three of them must be held accountable. Floyd Green, Frank Witter, and J.C. Hutchinson know how those fertilizers were distributed because they were in charge of it. It was not RADA. This was a project of the Ministry of Agriculture because RADA doesn't administer gift. They can't administer gift. When gifts come, they come through the ministry. The RADA former parish manager says, what happened? No names were submitted to RADA, so RADA can't even tell if the fertilizers were actually given to the farmers themselves. In Northeast St. Elizabeth, in North Central Center, Clarendon, those fertilizers were being seen so in shops for sale, in farmers' shops for sale. This is what the JLP has done with a gift from the great people of Morocco, even though them sell out the people of the Sahara, right? By siding with Morocco, they have given these fertilizers to us as gifts. And what we end up doing is raping and thieving. And I'm sure some of those funds going to go in the campaign. I yield to you, my brother.
My God, what you're saying to us and to Jamaica, large, locally and in the diaspora, you understand, it is despicable. Despicable, because here it is, in terms of what you just said, as it relates to those 3,700 bags of fertilizer that they said they destroy. There is no report to support that. No form of report. But let me tell you something, Ed Boy and the panel. Likewise, as it relates to the reconciliation report, right, for every ministry. The Jamaica Labour Party administration to date is saying that none of those reports ready or can be processed for over 9 years. We are that the reconciliation report supposed to be submitting yearly. How do you explain that? How can you explain this situation where the government itself is rightly robbing the people? This is madness. This has to be stopped. We go back and refer back to Ibrahim Traoré that took 2 years to turn around Burkina Faso. And 9 years. The country is in a worse situation than when Portia Simpson handed it over. Worse. Mighty God, man, people. And the thing is, when you are talking about these things, you hear that you're bad mind. Some of them say them going to sue you. All sort of garbage, rubbish, when you're asking about checks, balance, and accountability and transparency. Why are they? Why this administration is doing Jamaican people like this? Where's the care of the government? As what he mentioned before, where India is supporting us and giving us medical gifts, and the government hold on it and seeking their term. You have a situation in Portland where people couldn't get tap water. And you have some member of parliament. You understand who deliberately not giving those people tap water, but they truck water to sell them to make a money. That's something have to stop, man. That's something have to stop. Jamaican people are feeling too much pressure on the Jamaican Labour Party. And trust me, them now ease up the pressure. And that's why, you know, they are so serious, you know, as it relates to when the people now we see why they are trying to do everything to hold on and power. But let me say this, boy, and let me say this to the panel. Say this to Jamaica. So when we vote them out, you know, the order of the day from our goaling for the People's National Party, the order of the day, we have to do a forensic audit on every ministry. Every ministry has to be forensic audited. Every single ministry. Let us run the program because we have a lot to discuss. Right? Let us hear this reaction. Right? Where the next clip going down.
One quick point.
Yes.
One quick point. I won't take long. I promise you. One quick point. Going back to Hector's statement about the fertilizer. We did a piece on it this past Saturday. And we're going to part 2 this Saturday. Here's the one mistake they make.
Yes.
ATI is a wonderful tool because what they never know is that me already have documents from RADA. I talk about the fertilizer, the 2022 fertilizer, the shipment, because them tell me, say, at the first shipment come, and them lie because it was a shipment in 2019. So they tell me, say, 2 shipment, 2022, 2023, but there's one in 2019. And with them not understand, when me look on my documents when me have, and me look on with them tell the documents when them give the Auditor General, the 2 documents about the same shipment, completely false. In fact, I'm show you how them do it parish by parish. And I said to the panel, pick any parish. Then pick St. Ann, Clarendon, then pick up about four parishes and pick. And the numbers when me have completely different from the numbers when them give the Auditor General. Them tell the Auditor General, so them don't know how many bags got destroyed. Yet them tell me how many bags got destroyed. Then you're them so lie and can't cope. That's why them say the beauty about telling the truth. You don't have to remember what you're saying now. Because you know them tell the Auditor General, them say, oh, the 2022 the bags burst and the fertilizer mix up, and so we couldn't get to the farmers, so we send it to the Orange River Research Facility. And then some might them have something called bad and dump. I don't know if I hear about this. We have dump fertilizer. But you don't know what? No mistake. Yes. Them say fertilizer mix up, you know. Guess what? A 1 grade of fertilizer come that year there. 2019, a 4 grades come and it distribute before 3 years before the 2022 one come. Them already distribute that. Nothing left in the warehouse. 2022 come and a 1 grade come. 4 grades came in 2023. 4 grades came in 2019, 1 grade came in 2020. So how the hell you can say the fertilizer them get mixed up in a 2022 when a 1 grade come?
No way.
1 grade, and them tell, and guess what? That's what them tell the Auditor General, say a 1 grade come. You know them tell me in my documents, say a 4 grade come. So who them tell the truth though? Them people are on one side, man.
All right. All right, thank you for that, Fatty. Let us stop. Let us push this item. All right, yeah. No, that's not it. All right, hold on. People, let me just go into my thing again here. Right, because we have to push on to this. All right, let us get into the next topic. Let me just send it at the bottom.
I have it. It's that one. I said 2 of them.
Okay, yeah. Go ahead.
Come closer. We just get that fresh and shave it all off. Thomas. All you not chat. I want celebrity me see out the stand up and we stand up and chat for St. Thomas. And it's unruly boss. Popcorn, I mean not stop say it. So Gram Smog and you can't go. You understand me? Cause he's like a puppet. When you know about you come talk about St. Thomas being developing. And you've been over many countries across the world. What kind of lie you tell? You got Europe, you got Estonia, all of them countries there. You got Sweden, you got Switzerland. Have none coming like Jamaica? In a lack. All you not chat. I want celebrating me stand up and we stand up and chat for St. Thomas. And it's
to the fact that we are going into the investigation tonight, we are the urban development thing there. Because we have seen Andrew Holness very busy. So we are going to do that investigation tonight. Right? Very busy with the urban development.
Yeah, but before you get into it, you know, like I said earlier, I have an hour, so I'm going to check out now. Okay. But it's good to be in this space. Good to see everybody. Pastor Ricky, Head Boy, Melting Pot, Mystic Sensation, Byron and Anne-Marie, Ratigan, and everybody in the chat. It was beautiful seeing, and I hope to see you very soon. God bless. Have a good night. Okay?
All right. And thank you for passing through.
Thank you.
All right.
Have a wonderful evening.
Okay. Let us dig into, right, the background of the Urban Development Center. And we're going to take time and go through this because we want people to understand. Right? And we are going to give the background as it relates to the good hair factory. Right? We are breaking it in for people. We want everyone to understand the way how I'm going to break it down. The level of criminality as it relates to Andrew Holness. The level of criminality. Now using the urban center development. And Gwan Morgan need to, you know, tune in and listen to this, Gwan Morgan. We are going to show you evidence. Now, let us go back to 25 years ago as it relates to the good hair factory and what, you know, it had done for St. Thomas during the period, right? And why it was closed. I want to give people a background. The good hair factory that was doing a lot for St. Thomas. The reason why it was closed was to the fact that cost overruns, right? High electricity. And this is what we talk about, neo-colonialists wrapping their hands, right? Choking the Jamaican people. High energy cost, right? Where the good hair factory, right, couldn't really sustain itself as it relates to even competition. They couldn't compete because, of course, they have to deal with high overhead costs, and as a result, the factory has to close. Now, what Andrew Holness replaced that with? Replaced that with a laundry machine, a laundering machine to wash the money. You understand? But we are going to dig it up tonight. And so then, but where we are going as it relates to the good hair factory, the good hair tire factory that used to, give, you know, a lot of employment in St. Thomas. Now, we are going to ask the question, what amount of employment this urban center is going to give to the St. Thomas people? That is the question. Because they are going to see in the documents that what they are putting into the urban centers are several government agencies, right, which we now place on taxpayers back and neck to pay them, right? So it is not going to be like, okay, it's a manufacturing situation where, you know, through employment and, you know, people will be benefiting in terms of employment. But you're going to see how the money wash. Watch this now, people. Let us bring up the history with the good hair factory. Tales or memories of linger 25 years. Let us give the people the background and then we get into the investigation. Now, let us. All right, yes. Now, amid tales of war, memories linger 25 years after good hair closure. You understand? That's why we want to bring up the evidence and show what this, right, manufacturing plant used to do for St. Thomas. And this was This came out as it relates to 2022. Speaking of the times, it's been a quarter of century since the shutters came down at the Goodyear Tire manufacturing plant on the outskirts of Morant Bay in St. Thomas. For many residents of the rural town, it has been akin to a doctor switching off a life support machine. When you hear that, people? As a result of it, right, close, right, it seems like it is a doctor switching off a life support machine. It was showing you the usefulness of the Goodyear Tire factory. Goodyear was the economic bedrock of not just Morant Bay and St. Thomas, but it offered a steady stream of income for workers from Portland and even farther afield, including Kingston. Now we are going to ask the question if the Urban Development Center is going to do 1/10 of what the Goodyear factory, the Goodyear Tire factory used to do. I want people to see this enough. For Wayne Rose, it was if time stood still when news broke on March 21st, 1997, that the plant will be closing its door for good. I stood at the bank door for literally 45 minutes thinking, what is this? It is as if the world was closing in around me because I could sense what was coming. Somehow I knew that the Morant Bay and St. Thomas would never be the same again. The plant's closure affected approximately 148 salaried and hourly paid workers. A news release issued by the parent company from its Akron oil base on March 24, 1997 said displaced employees may be eligible for benefits as provided under applicable Jamaican laws and under applicable employee benefit plans of Goodyear Jamaica Limited. Displaced hourly union employees are covered by the applicable plan closure provisions outlined in the current labor contract between Goodyear Jamaica Limited and the University and Allied Workers Union. It continued, the closing is not a reflection of the effort put forth by Goodyear Associates, their union or local officials. John Palamas, Vice President of the Latin American region, said intense pressure, listen now people, intense pressure from lower cost producers, the plant's small size and Goodyear ability to strive to service this market with products from more efficient and competitive production source dictated the decision. Let us take this away and juggle on fast, right? Because we are going to get into some things here. Now, let us dig as it relates to, right, TikTok Zoom, BB Urban Center. Let us bring up and get into the Urban Center. People, just look where I'm going tonight. Look where I'm going tonight. Right? Look where I'm going tonight, people. All right, just look where I am going tonight because we are going to, hey, let me tell you something. Andrew Holness, oh my God, trust me. I don't know why you want to tell. Why? I don't know why you want to tell God.
Yes. You ready for greatness? After 6 years, the Morant Bay Urban Center is officially open, and Prime Minister Andrew Holness himself came to cut the ribbon and tell we the good news. This $6 billion project turned the old Goodyear factory land into a game-changing hub. With a tax office, a new courthouse, Devon House ice cream, passport office, and yes, KFC finally reached St. Thomas. No more cross-island journey just for a two-piece or a zinger. But that's just the start. Holness say more development is on its way, including a massive sports and entertainment venue, where him plan to vibe to Gramps Morgan and Tony Ann Singh. New medical facilities with 25+ specialists and thousands of new housing units. St. Thomas, once called the Forgotten Parish, is now the blueprint for future progress in Jamaica.
Okay, Jamaica. Talk about blueprint. It is the blueprint of corruption. We are going to prove it tonight. The blueprint of corruption. Let us bring up this other document. That's why we are taking it into a chronological sequence. I want the people to watch me tonight. St. Thomas Urban Center. Bring up that. We are going to get into the shareholders. Andrew Holness, you're a vicious person. I don't know what you're going to tell that said. You are an extremely vicious, you are the devil himself. Let us read along. And I'm glad that, you know, Ratigan in the space, Edward in the space, Melting the Pot, right, Pastor Ricky, right, and we know that Sister Maria just went away. Now let us get into this.
Still here.
Yes, directors of the Morant Bay Urban Center Company Limited. This morning, Friday, January 21, 2022. I want people to pay attention to the time, 2022. Signed a loan agreement to facilitate the financing of the construction of the Morant Bay Urban Center. The loan agreement is being facilitated through the National Commercial Bank. Jamaican people. This is where my investigation started. Let me explain this. Now, from time to time, right, across the two different eyes of government, the GLP and the PNP, right, nothing strange in terms of, you know, government, right, in business with the private sector to reach what we call economic of scale, right, for the country progress. Nothing wrong with that. But Andrew Holness, come on. Andrew Holness, National Commercial Bank with NCB, Paul Cheng Young. Think of where we are going. Think of where we are going. I'm going to show you something, people. Through this signing, the directors, Factories Corporation of Jamaica Limited, right? The government source, Chairman Littleton, Tanya Shirley and China Harbour Engineering Company Limited, check. Country manager, Deidran Bai are now paving the way for construction activities to get underway at the All Good Air Factory facilities in Springfield, St. Thomas. Construction of this development is expected to commence in February 22. For the FCJ chairman, this signing signaled the beginning of a new dawn for the parish St. Thomas, which has not experienced any major development in over 30 years. According to Mr. Shirley, St. Thomas will now benefit from economic growth, right? We want to ask, as it relates to this particular economic growth that they are talking about, that they are going to benefit. What this is all about, right, is to make sure that the elites, right, maximize their profit on the backs of taxpayers as it relates to the amount of government agencies within this entity. People, watch where I'm going. Through the development of the Morant Bay Urban Center alongside the construction of the highway, which is now underway. Not only as a shareholder are we committed, we share the prosperity that we expect to see happening in St. Thomas for the resident, right? I want to ask, how many persons in St. Thomas are going to be employed at this entity? How many persons? And I want Andrew Holness, right, to come out. I want all of the persons who is running this to come out and tell Jamaica how many persons from St. Thomas are going to be employed. For persons who have migrated from St. Thomas and want to return, for the people of Jamaica, because it will be a location that we can be proud of. It will be symbolic to what should take place in all parishes across Jamaica. Right? What should be symbolic is this administration to deal with manufacturing plants, right? To make sure that we are manufacturing more. We are exporting more than how we are import. Tell Jamaica, how is this entity has anything to do with any form of exportation? How this entity is going to help Jamaica to pull back the trade deficit? We want to know that question. How this entity, right, is going to do any form of trading to generate much needed foreign currency, what the country needed, and to reduce our trade deficit of over $5 billion per year that we are trading. Andrew Holness need to come out and explain that. Ground was broken from the project in June 2019. However, delays in securing all the requisite approval resulted in the postponement in the start of the construction. The FCJ chairman has given the commitment to have the project completed within the specified 24-month timeline and within the budget. According to Mr. Shirley, the signing of the loan agreement will formalize and concretize the commitment to commerce construction in February of 2022. To the residents of St. Thomas, investors and stakeholders, please note that in few weeks, you will see a construction site ready and going with the highest commitment that you have seen taking place for a long time. Now, the Morant Bay Urban Center development will be the most successful project undertaken by them. Right? Let us just skip through that. Morant Bay Urban Center will see the amalgamation of services provided by the government of Jamaica and the private sector through the creation of 436,000 square feet space. You know, what's this on paper? Among the entities to take up space, and this is what I'm talking about, people. This is what I'm talking about. Listen, people. Among the entities to take up space at the development are the St. Thomas Municipal Corporation. Who's going to pay for that? Who's going to pay for the spaces? Taxpayers. The Ministry of Justice through the St. Thomas Parish Court. Who's going to pay for that? Taxpayers. All other government entities located in Morant Bay and several private sector companies to include what? KFC, Burger King, which is the only one they listed, and business process outsourcing BPO companies, just to name a few. What we know for sure, that many of the entities that will be taking up spaces, right, will be the government agencies where taxpayers will have to pay. And I can guarantee you that there is only limited persons from St. Thomas, right, who are going to be employed. What people need to understand that the St. Thomas Municipal Corporation, of course, they have people already. The Ministry of Justice through the St. Thomas Parish Court will be taking those people. So obviously, no new employment will be coming from that. All other government entities located in the Morant Bay and several private sectors companies. So there is no, as it relates to new employment of people that will be sharing these spaces. Right? This is just a transfer from one place to that, but put into an area, you understand, where we guarantee profit for those shareholders. Right? Now let us take that away. All right, let us get into this next clip. I want people to pay attention now because where I'm going is very serious. Now, FCJ. Now let us get into the next document. All right, Morant Bay Urban Center Company Limited. Right, that's the one we just played. Okay, did we play this?
Yeah, that's the one.
Yeah, okay. Did you play this first? Or okay. Okay, yeah. Let us get that. Right.
I decided. I wrote something beside it.
Okay. Versus okay. All right, let us get into that. Sorry, folks, for that delay, but we want to get into the chronological sequence here that we want to listen to. This is Jamaica. I want you to hear this, and this we are going to go into the art of investigation after we get into this. Listen to this person, the NCB person. Listen to this.
We have NCB Capital Markets through our Stratus funds has made an equity investment. We're a 21% shareholder in the project. We have arranged and provided preference share financing, and we provided the project, the construction financing for this project. And we feel that we're both in an enviable position and a humbling position that there is very few, if any, other financial institution that can participate in the entire capital structure of a project like this, of this size and magnitude. So we're proud to be here, really impressed with the work that Factories Corporation and their team have done to get it to this point. Looking forward to partnering not only with Czech and Factories Corporation, but with all of those fellow tenants that are going to be a part of this project, and really making this a destination for Morant Bay and St. Thomas, and really making the impact on the economy and the lives of individuals, so that we can, again, make sure that we are building a better Jamaica. I thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Bruce Boyens from NCB. Now, please forgive me, I was a little ahead of myself. Most Honorable Prime Minister, Cabinet Secretary, Permanent Secretaries, Members of Parliament, Ministers of Government, and of course our councillors and you specially invited guests. You're here today for this event and we appreciate you. We are honored to have you here. Next on the program is Chairman of Factories Corporation of Jamaica and also Chairman of the Morant Bay Urban Center Company Limited.
Let us talk to our people. Okay, so we are really going, because I know that the people don't get it yet enough, so we are going to type up now. We know that Andrew Holness, right? And as it relates to NCB, we have, as it relates to the evidence that NCB is laundering money for Andrew Holness. Why you said that, Byron? NCB is laundering money for Andrew Holness. How you come to that conclusion? As we are going to get into it. NCB is laundering money for Andrew Holness. People are going to see where I'm going. Now, what we know for sure that NCB, right? SFL, we could go back to SSL, had sent $140,000 to Andrew Holness into an NCB account where Andrew Holness took out was $0. $0. Right? That totally lost protocol. But where we are going, we have seen where millions of dollars for Andrew Holness run through NCB. Millions of dollars. You understand? For Andrew Holness run through NCB. We have history of NCB, right? Also laundering money for several Ponzi schemes before. We have the evidence. You understand? We're going to pull it out. Now, watch this, where we are going. We have seen a line item where $750,000 put into NCB. And that money stayed into NCB for a protracted period of time until it was identified by the Integrity Commission investigators. Andrew Holness came out and said that there was an error. Now, let us ask ourselves the question. Edward, I'm asking you this question, Edward. And Rattigan is here.
Yes.
$750,000, right? Placed into an account, right, belonging to Andrew Holness. And it was an error item. I want you to listen to me, Edward. wouldn't the bank reconciliation report pick up that at the close of the day? I'm just asking you a question.
No, it would have to, because based upon the, once you have the COB, the close of business for all banks, every single transaction from the day must be reconciled, because banks do the reconciliation. That is why when the bank is closed at 2 or 3 o'clock, you don't see, the staff don't come out until about 5 or 6, because they're doing the COB, as we call it, close of business and the reconciliation. So they have to do that.
Okay. So you are in agreement with me, Edward, in saying that the $750,000 US that Andrew Holness have in NCB, and we already said it is error. That couldn't be.
No, it could not, because you can't have JMD and USD currencies mixed up in accounts. Accounts are denominated. And even if you have 20 accounts with the bank and it's 20 different currency accounts, they never cross. Because one, there's also a different code for different currency accounts. At the end of the day, there is also a different, the algorithm that deals with them or the system that they use ensure that they never meet. Even when they're doing a printout, it shows you the different codes at the end.
Okay, let me just go to Brother Rattigan. Brother Rattigan, you have that information, you understand, to show John public in terms of what I am speaking about as it relates to $750,000 US that was placed into NCB Bank for Andrew Holness.
What we have here is 713,000, but it was Citibank. It was a US account.
Okay. And that was a US account.
US account. And then they claimed that right here, I'm gonna go back to page 5. They claim that hold on one second. They claim that it says here a major issue which arose was that the currency in which one of the omitted accounts was held was reported in United States dollars by the relevant financial institution instead of what ought to have been in Jamaican dollars. Now that not make any sense to me.
Okay.
How you can have 700 it's a US account,
right?
And you have 713,000 inside there, and then the bank say, "Oh, we made a mistake. It's supposed to be 713,000 Jamaican dollar account, Jamaican dollars." That not make any sense.
All right, Rafi, me go take with that. Me go take with that because we shall not go tonight. I'm going to just eat the nail on the head. We have the bank, as it relates to the Integrity Commission report, reporting that $480 million Jamaican dollars. Right? I want you to back me up if you have that document. $480 million was ringing through various accounts as it relates to Andrew Holness' account. You agree?
Yeah, I'll show it to you. Hold on a second.
Okay, show it to the people because where I'm going, I want the people to see this.
You mean the 427 will run through the different companies?
Yes.
All right, hold on. Sita. Hold on. All right. 427 million. Okay. Hold on. Here it is. You can see it?
You can bring it up now.
You can bring it up? Yeah, there it is.
Okay.
Increase the fund.
Increase the fund for us. Right. Want the people to see it now. And Ratty, this is what period?
This is up at the top. 2020 to 2023.
Okay. 2020 to 2023. Head boy, melting pot, Pastor Ricky, Rattigan. Based on this report, go to the total, Ratty. Go down to the total.
Yeah, you're right. And NCB, yes, the NCB to the left, where's the institution?
NCB, okay. All right. So,
okay, yeah.
Exactly, because I know I read that.
Yeah, you want to go to the total?
Exactly. $480 million. $473 million. 2020. Now, Ratty.
Sita.
Boy, melting pot, 2020. Let us go to Andrew Holness statutory declaration for 2020. Bring up that money.
Move this.
Let us bring up Andrew Holness statutory declaration for 2020. Between the period 2020 to 2023, I showed the evidence where $470 million, you understand, running through various accounts and including NCB.
Yeah, I see how you do. No, I see how you do. But you're right. NCB is all right. I was going to go back and show that you're right. NCB. No, you can't go. You can't go. Oh, all right. Let me
yeah.
Can you put that back on the screen, please?
Yes.
All right. If them look here, them see the money I run through NCB, like you say, you're right.
Exactly.
See it right there. If you look to the left, the far left, you see NCB, the institution in the account number, where estate and the money are run back and forth.
Yes.
See it right there?
Exactly.
See it right there, sir. NCB,
NCBCM, NCB, Barretta, NCB, NCB. Just want to people and see it now. NCB, $473 million. You understand? Laundering to NCB for Andrew Holness. Look where we are going now. So $473 million, right? Between the period 20 to 2023. Wifey, let us bring up Andrew Holness statutory declaration for 2020. A war is another place tonight. War is in the place tonight.
No, we can't hear Pastor Ricky ball out.
No, I expose them every day.
Let's show the world this. Bring up the phone here, they can't hear it. My Jamaican people, I want the world to bear witness of what we are showing on this panel tonight as it relates to Andrew Holness' total assets. Let us go down to the bottom. Andrew Holness' total assets showing 2020, $172,506,402.01. People, there's evidence that Andrew Holness give this to the Integrity Commission investigator. In 2020, $172,506,000, while we are seeing $473 million running through NCB between the period 20.
Lady Ann Marie, put that back on the screen. Yeah, thanks. You know what happened to? I just realized it. You see all of these accounts?
Yes.
They're different, except for one. Hold on a second. Page 124, 123. They're different except one. Hold on, 123. What am I there? What page is it? Okay. If you look at this, you see that there's only one account mentioned twice, and that's 25.
Yes.
25 at the top and the bottom.
Yeah, top and bottom.
Yes.
Yeah, 25. So in my 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 accounts right as listed.
Now, well, I'm going to shift between the ask. I'm going to ask something, Rafi. Look at this. Because because the Integrity Commission investigators hand over the investigation to FID. Isn't this, as it relates to where FID have to look at this inconsistency, Rafi?
Mm-hmm.
Andrew Holness of $473 million running between the period 20 to 2023, and in 2020, Andrew Holness saying to the Integrity Commission that he has $170 million. Explain that. Explain that to us.
Where we get the rest of the money from?
Yeah. But hold on, Ratty. Let us add, let me just bring something to you. Let me just bring something to you. If Andrew Holness is showing 170 million, we know that it's 700,000 US dollars, right? In the other entity, let us put that together now. If we are to count that, right, as it relates to the 750,000 US dollars, and calculate all of this, Ratty, Edboy, Melting Pot, and Pastor Ricky, it simply means that the Prime Minister would have over $1 billion and of dollars. Am I telling a lie here, Ratty?
No.
In fact, me I add it up here right now.
I just want to ask the panel, if we are to add the 700, right? Let's round it up to 700,000 US, right? In that account, and the amount of money that been laundering through NCB, 473 million. Calculate it, Ratty, and show the people how much money Andrew Holness should have been telling the Integrity Commission that he has as it relates to his total assets. And you will run out and talk about St. Thomas Urban Development Center with you and NCB. With you and NCB. That is a laundering machine. The urban center is a laundering machine that's rinsing these monies.
Yeah.
So come talk to me, people. We are bringing forth the evidence.
So who really own the urban center? Is it the Prime Minister?
Very good question.
I use St. Thomas as the Morant Bay Urban Center as St. Thomas on one of him on it.
Very good question, and that's why I like when you pray for him. Very good question. Because STB, who launched X amount of money, we have to now anticipate the Fed investigation as it relates to the possibility of Andrew Holness having shares.
Yeah.
Now, when you look at this, my people, when you look at this needs to be explained. Jamaican people, this is not ordinary. This is not ordinary what we are presenting here. Now, Edboy.
Edboy fell off.
Edboy fall off? Okay. Now,
you want to go on it?
Yes, Ratty. Yeah, you total it up?
Oh, it gone over $500 million.
Eh?
It gone with the 750 plus this, it gone over $500 million.
No man, that wouldn't be more than $1 billion, 473 million plus 750,000 US.
Right. You do 700.
Remember saying you need to convert the 750,000 US to Jamaican.
Right, so times that 158. Yeah, that give you I give 110, 600.
So that would be 600 and add.
And then you add this 473, 161, 543.
Yeah.
So that plus that. So it would be 100 and when you convert the 700,000. Hold on.
Yes.
It's 700, right? 700,000 times what was the exchange rate? 158?
Yeah. Put that 158.
Yeah, times 158.
Or we can try save him too now and put it to 155. But me no say that. Pastor, you want to go down the
that come up to 110,600,000.
Okay.
Right?
So we're looking roughly about near 700 million.
Yeah, so then you could have 473, then that would be plus 473. 473 161545 161545. It come up to almost 600 583 761
Okay. So then Ratty, what he showed to the Integrity Commission that he has, right? Based on 2020. Would have now seen all the period stretch between 20 to 23 in terms of this, right? So then let us accept that, okay, Andrew Holness, let us try to save him. We are trying to protect him. Try to save him. Look at us try to save him. So in 2020, because this period is saying between the period 2020 to 2023, 473 million a year running through NCP. So then if we give him the $170 million, right, as it relates to 2020, Ratty, the $170 million, we are looking near that Andrew Holness between 2021 and 2023, hack up over partially 500 million.
Yeah, that is the question. Where the money they come from?
Where that money? Look here. You are going to tell me, right, that Andrew Holness no need to explain this? Eh? We want Grants Morgan who the different Andrew Holness to see this. We want Grants Morgan who the different Andrew Holness to see this. Now, let us give Rattigan a break and chip in with Melting Pot because no one pastor we can pray for no one here, you know.
Yeah, man, when we look when we are going out of St. Thomas, yeah, what we see in front of our eyes, you know. What we see in front of our eyes, yeah, is a fanfare where sure say people have vested interest in our going. Because even for the ordinary people who get invited to that ribbon ceremony, Andrew got them people because Andrew have vested interest out there. Because it's more one time him go out there. But in any other country where me see this type of development, you know, I don't see Prime Minister show up himself. I see mayor and representative from the people who invest their money.
Yes.
But here is Andrew Holness fronting up. So you know him at the top man, you know. Because when you look on the affiliation between him and NCB, yeah, you know, say, a money laundering straight that. You understand? And Jamaican cannot be blinded or be fooled or be tricked by the narrative. Because the narrative where we have put out a solid narrative. These people have been mixing up in all type of corruption from way back when. This is why Andrew can have an account open without any money being deposited to open that account. This is why we see the activities between Andrew Holness, Leaching, and the entity NCB Bank popping up all over the place where the corruption lies. But what is so significant in all of these people is the fact that this project takes $6 billion and finish over a 6-year period, while Carnal Beryllium Hospital is almost 5 times the amount of this project. And I hear the man them use one significant word. It's an enormous project. Nothing can compare to the magnitude of that project. So what that is telling us, maybe some of the money we're investing in a Cornwall Beryllium all over there so too. Because remember, you know, when it comes to money laundering, you know, as where the clip where we play, it tell you some skip 6 steps you make before you get caught. Well, we see them where them get caught left, right, and center right now. And when we count the step where I see the 6 step I emerge. So we know exactly say over there, so black steel, stand, and cement. spell money laundering. I wash the money over there. So that's why Andrew Holness pop up there. I think about him third visit over there now. And this is why you see civilian are turn up, ordinary civilians, people from around the community who have no portfolio, as in ministerial role or entrepreneurship. Yeah, them on a PSOJ, but them turn up alongside these other high officials because it's Andrew Holness grand gala, so to speak. Because Andrew Holness, you know, people, no one cannot win the next upcoming general election. He won't put on a brave face to his supporters. Where Andrew Holness' interest lies is to retire with the wealth when we from Jamaica. So what I do now is try to make sure no same seal it up. That's why you see him put through this before election, you know. And if you show the people themselves deliver nothing. And just now Andrew Holness now not interested in Jamaican people. Andrew believe in foreign investment and foreign investors, not local. And Andrew have him cliques where you hear just a man called man talk about. Round him already. So the little ordinary people we are running a whole on for them coattail. Him not really have no regard for them. Him use them. Where Andrew try to do it out of Morant Bay to make it look like it's a political thing where you have to well let him use it for getting the voters. No, don't be blind and don't be fooled by that. Andrew don't have any more interest in being prime minister. And just speak about him legacy, you know, brother. But what is Andrew Holness' legacy? It is corruption, theft, criminality, embezzlement, money laundering, and all these things. And this is what we are seeing right in front of our eyes. This urban center, yeah, what we know is a plaza, so to speak, is where most of the money we're being robbed, including some of the 3 trillion that is unaccountable for. It in that right out this right there. And as Byron said, this does not offer any help going forward to St. Thomas resident. The amount of people that it will employ is less than what Goodyear used to employ.
Exactly.
So this is just the big man them business. We further fleece St. Thomas citizen of the money, the little money where them have, where most side come from the diaspora. Whenever you go inside, you go pay your bill in the government agency, you go buy KFC or Devanos ice cream or a Burger King, and you take your bus and you go back home. And if you misbehave over there and go out with nothing, the police force is there. And so Andrew make sure protocol in business, you know, by putting in a police force in there. Tell me any plaza building in Jamaica we have a police force.
Security.
Tell me the plaza we're building at Jamaica when it a walk where you see so much crowd, high official and ordinary civilian.
And taxpayers have got paid that because
all these things. And people, you know, when me there at Jamaica, I work on Sovereign up at Ligani. I work at Princeville Plaza at the corner of Dunrobin and Constant Spring Road. I rest my case. I yield back the floor to the panel.
All right, Pastor Ricky, take it away, Pastor Ricky.
Yeah, thank you, Sir Byron. So when I multiply 750,000 US times 155, because in 2023 the dollar was worth 155 US. So when I multiply that, I had I received $116,250,000. So 116,250,000 Jamaican dollars add to the 473,000 that the Integrity Commission reported. So it accumulated to a total of $589 million, $589,411,000. So as Sir Atigan said, yeah, it's well over $500 million.
Yeah.
So that's what he should have. That's if he was honest, his total assets would on his statutory declarations would have been over $500 million, $589,411,000 plus. But it didn't include the asset of his mansion. It didn't include the asset of Wycliffe Close. It didn't include the I keep forgetting the other asset property apartment complex that he had. Great White Gray something. I forgot the name. But it shows you that he deflated his assets and he didn't come clean. The prime minister cannot be trusted. He's not a truthful person. He cannot tell the truth. If he was supposed to win the election based upon truth, he would have lost it because he cannot tell the truth. And so he deflates his assets and he cannot explain his massive amount of wealth because his lawful income will not be able to justify the amount of asset that he has. His assets, if you include his Beverly Hill mansion, the Wycliffe Close, I keep forgetting that name. I'm gonna have to look it up again. Forgive me. And then if you factor in how much is assets from ADMAT that he liquidate in 2021, December 2020, and converted to Imperium. The prime minister is $1 billion year on his way to being $1 trillion year. And so he lied on his statutory declaration, and that's a breach of section on the Integrity Commission Act. That's a breach where he breached the act and did not, and that's the same problem Dalrymple got into for 6 years straight when she lied on her Mercedes-Benz and did not tell the truth. I believe it's section 45 of the Integrity Commission Act. So he lied to the investigators, which is a breach of the law. He's a lawbreaker. And he did not, by not declaring the total value of his assets. Now, as it relates to the urban center, it's not complete. It's not finished. They don't have a proper sewer system. And, you know, to go cut a ribbon 4 or 5 months before the place is duly constructed to open, it shows the desperation, and they're trying to find a way to energize the base out there in St. Thomas, because the Charles girl is going to lose, no doubt about that, and Robinson is going to lose also. So, you know, it showed desperation on the behalf of the prime minister. Now, I'm under the suspicion, based upon his relationship with the CEO of NCB and the different transactional money poured into his company via NCB, according to the Integrity Commission report, as you relate, it's money laundering going through NCB to the prime minister, to his shell companies. I'm under the suspicion that he has shares into the urban center. NCB say that they have 21% shares, according to the clip you showed. But who else has shares in the urban center? Does how much share does the prime minister? Because remember his relationship with the CEO of NCB. So if he run out there and pretend like this is about the private sector and the government coming together to create jobs and not telling the people the truth that he's also a shareholder of the urban center, then he misled the people, and it showed that he cannot be trusted. He should not be on the ballot. He should resign from office. And as a prime minister, you should not be conducting business interests of your very own when you were elected or selected, since you don't vote for a prime minister in Jamaica, to take care of the affairs of the Jamaican people. But we have so much evidence of this man in office taking care of his own wealth, building his portfolio, to enrich himself, and his lawful income cannot justify the massive of wealth. The prime minister is on his way to being a trillionaire. I don't think Eddie Seaga, who was a criminal, was so rich as this prime minister. Yet this prime minister never worked outside of government. The 2 years he came out of college, he said he did charity work for Edward Seaga, but we believe that's part of the 90s meltdown, that he was on the back end of it. So listen, the prime minister should be interrogated, investigated, incriminated, and locked away for a very long time. These assets that he failed to declare to the Integrity Commission is a violation and a breach of the Integrity Commission Act. If we cannot trust the prime minister to tell the truth to the investigators, and if we cannot trust the prime minister to do the honorable thing, Dalrymple says she's going to step aside to clear her name. And because she lied to the investigator, she was slapped with a fine. You know, it's a slap on the wrist, but it was a guilt of wrongdoing. So the prime minister is guilty of breaching the law, the very corruption act that he voted for to pass in 2017. The prime minister now needs to come out and tell the people, do you have shares in the urban center? How much percentage of the shares you own in the Morant Bay urban center? We have a suspicion, but we know that you have some shares in it. You and the CEO of NCB are this close, and we see the evidence of money flowing into your different accounts. So we want to know. You have to come out before the elections, because you should not be on the ballot come May 31st, when the voters list is out and the ballots are going to start printing. Your name should not be on the ballot. The urban center is not even ready for occupants. And as Sir Byron says very eloquently, it's a transfer of government agency, the post office, the tax office, and the parish court. These employees are already in place working. They're just transferring their assets and transferring the logistics, the equipment to the urban center when it's open 4 or 5 months from now. So to run out into St. Thomas to deceive the people, the prime minister is a deceiver, a pathological liar. The devil is the father of lies, and he's also the prime minister is a son of the devil. That's why he's called bro devil. He cannot tell the truth. And so to deceive the people, put on a shenanigan and cutting ribbons and calling the massive out there with a couple MPs that's going to lose their election campaign, that's not going to help them. So how many shares you have in the urban center? That's what the Jamaican people in the diaspora and in Jamaica is asking, and that's what we need to know. Thank you.
And one more thing, Pastor Ricky. Remember, I have over 150 trucks all over the country, and each of them value more than $1 million, or close to $1 million. So factor that into him wealth.
And that's not on the Integrity Commission declarations.
Now, look where we are going right now in terms of this next document, and I want people to pay attention to this, because we are saying that this Prime Minister, Andrew Holness, is the devil himself, right? And trust me, he's living on the Jamaican box, right? I mean, it's just outrageous, right? With that, with what this administration is doing, a kleptocratic government, right? And they're all stealing taxpayers' money, right? This is very serious. Now let us look at this. Jamaica shadow money, the gaps in Jamaica's Prime Minister's own financial investigation. Let us get into this, people. And I want you to listen here. Now, and I am reading this document because we want FID to make sure that these gaps being cleared up in their investigation. Right? Let us read again. Jamaica, shadow money, the gaps in Jamaica's Prime Minister own its financial investigation. Right? People, I want you to listen to this. Kingston, Jamaica, October 29, 2024. Right? In a penetrating investigation that peels back layers of financial opacity. Veteran journalist Zara Burton has exposed critical blind spots in Jamaica's Integrity Commission probe of the Prime Minister Andrew Holness' wealth accumulation. People, I want to listen to this. The investigation published in the 18 Degrees North reveals how the commissioner's narrow temporal focus may have missed the most crucial period of Holness' financial evolution. At the heart of the Burton's exposed lies, ADMAT Incorporated, an offshore company registered in St. Lucia, that between 2008 and 2011 executed property purchases totaling $57.1 million in the US, 692,478 without any registered mortgages. People, we want to look on this, people. I am asking Jamaican, what name, Gramsmagan? I am asking Mr. Gramsmagan, because I came here in a Gramsmagan. Me used to listen to Morgan Heritage and boy, where you come do yourself. You understand? Nasty. Me share my human Gramsmagan. Now, listen to this, Gramsmagan, and you may talk to. At the heart of Burton's exposed lies, ADMAT Incorporated, an offshore company registered in St. Lucia, that between 2008 and 2011 executed property purchases totaling $57.1 million, right? In conversion, 692,000 US, 478 without any registered mortgages. Make that sink in the people in head. At the time, Andrew Holness' salary was $5.8 million. Jamaican people, I want that to sink in into all our Jamaican heads. Between the period 2008 to 2011, the Prime Minister, Andrew Holness, at the time, within the Ministry of Education, salary was only $5.8 million. And yet, in 2008, Andrew Holness was able to purchase properties. More than people have understand what Zara Burton is saying. Andrew Holness was able to execute property purchases totaling $57.1 million by Jamaican people without any registered mortgages. Yeah. Where Andrew Holness got that money from? So we don't want Fed to make mistake of this. We want Fed to go back to 2008. We want Fed to go back and look. And I want Fed to ask, what was the Prime Minister's salary? What was Andrew Holness' salary then? Fed, I want you to stay focused. At the time when Andrew Holness spent totaling $57.1 million, what was Andrew Holness' salary? Andrew Holness' salary was $5.8 million for the year. But yet, Andrew Holness was able to purchase $57.1 million. On that thinking a Jamaican people head, and all of those who are listening to us, there's no mortgage listed. Let us move on. This occurred during a period when Holness' annual salary as Ministry of Education averaged at modest $5.2 million. When you look at people, look at the corruption now. In conversion, US 62,513 for the year. For the year. And so the Commission's decision not to investigate the source of ADMAT's funds represent what US-based Jamaica CPA Ian Nelson calls totally missing the boat. The numbers, when laid bare, paint a picture of remarkable financial acrobatics, but in 2002, Holness and his wife struggled to put together a 1.67 million down payment for their first home requiring 2 mortgages. People want to listen to the truth, I know. We research and dig out them something, I know. Yet by 2007, Holness declared liquid assets of $422,000 US, $531, a transformation that CPA Nelson sardonically described as the work of a financial wizard. People who watch that now. Burton's investigation meticulously tracks a series of property acquisition that strained financial credulity. ADMAT purchases an Arcadia Drive apartment for $16 million in 2008. Now, want to tell me where Andrew Holness get the money from? Andrew Holness, where you get the money from? Your salary was only $5.2 million. And in 2008, you buy property worth $16 million. Where you get the money from, Andrew? A Beverly Hills lot acquisition for $15.275 million in 2009. Where you get the money from? Where you get the money from? When the People's National Party get in power, this has to be revisited. This has to be revisited. A US $300,000 Stone Drive land purchase in 2011. Question, Andrew, where you get the money from? Where did you get the money from? We come here tonight. Perhaps most tellingly, during the same period, ADMAT invested $100,000 US in Government of Jamaica global bonds, using the total unexplained expenditure to $64.46 million Jamaican dollars. Jamaica people, and the private sector, Andrew Holness, out of St. Thomas, they talk about urban center development. Andrew Holness, and NCB. Now, we can go down in this. See the big property there? See the big mansion there? Well, let me tell them something. Me know that me and Rattigan Melting Pot and Pastor Ricky a bad mind while we are investigating this.
I tell you.
We're not bad mind criminals, no, sir.
We're bad mind while we are investigating this.
Andrew Holness famous word that you know.
Bad mind while we are investigating this.
That's not going to save him in a court. In the court of law, that defense won't help him.
Hold on, watch this out, people. The timing of these purchases adds another layer of intrigue. They occurred during the 2008 global financial crisis. And in the global financial crisis, someone that make profit. No, I can't make up this.
In a crisis, they make money.
In the COVID crisis, they make money, and now the fever loan investment that make money. The global crisis, right? And loan that make money. But both Jamaica and US markets had plummeted by over 30%. Even more remarkably, by 2011, Holness liquid assets had mysteriously rebounded to what? $460,000 US, despite no apparent liquidation of assets and his relatively modest income.
My God.
People. The investigation raises particular concern about the Commission's selective temporal focus. despite having the authority to investigate historical periods, as evidenced by the previous probes dating back to 2006. The Commission chose not to examine ADMAT's crucial formative years. We are asking FID to go back there. This decision leaves substantial question about the thoroughness of their investigation. By 2020, the combined net worth of ADMAT's/Imperium assets and owners' personal assets had grown to 185.9 million. Zara Burton, you have this one wrong in. Mystic Sensation, I tell you, say you're wrong on the one here. So Zara, you never see the $400 million worth of road show NCB. Ratty. Ratty? Where Ratty there? Ratty still up on the program?
Mute.
No, me there.
Ratty, big it up again.
Come on.
Zara Burton, get the one around.
Yeah, but you get some things right. Do me a favor.
Yeah.
All right. You say that piece where you say right, where it says the commission chose not to examine ADMAT's crucial formative years.
Yeah, we know you're going to brush them now.
This decision leaves substantial questions about the thoroughness of the investigation.
Yes.
Lady Anne Marie, she not there.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Please do me a favor and bring up back the Prime Minister's statutory declaration. Let me see if something upon it.
Which year?
Yeah, man.
Any year.
I never get back to the document. Just show the people the evidence tonight. We're not in a known joke, you know. We're not in a known joke tonight. You understand? Bring up that.
The document where show how much it been make for the year.
Okay. Just
okay.
Right.
Go down some more, please. Go down. Keep going. All right. Stop. Go back up. All right. Stop right. No, you're going too far. Up. No. Down. Sorry. All right. Right. Yes.
Okay.
All right. No, I want you to big up that section there. You see page 35, or where it says 35 for the right-hand side.
Mm-hmm.
Can you big up that little section there? Because we miss it. You know, a lot of people miss it. Just if you can big up that so the people can see it. All right. See what that's, people? See what it says? Let me read it for you. It says the Integrity Commission hereby certifies that the statutory declaration submitted by the above named declarant has been examined. What has been examined? The statutory declaration submitted. Look on the next sentence. Based on the examination, which does not constitute an audit. Which does not constitute an audit, it appears that the declaration has been duly completed. So what I'm going to tell you is that whatever I give us, that is where we certify. We not do no background. No, if you not disbelieve me,
exactly.
Well, if you disbelieve us, Justice Seymour Pantana said, Lady Anne Marie, put up this document there for me, please. There, the one that I share there.
So all of them one I should uncertify, you know, sir.
No, look. See what I'm saying? I'm statutory declaration. Yeah, I know. It is important to note that the source of funds used to acquire assets held by ADMAT was not verified.
All right.
Investigation by the commission. So let me tell you, say, when Giwi is good to take him at face value. We just take it at face value. And here what now? Me just tell you that, show you the Lady Anne Marie, show you the statutory declaration. Them say they never do an audit of it. Them just accepted it. Now this them say, ADMAT, we never verified. Now look on the next page what them say. Certification and publication of Mr. Holness's assets, income, and liabilities up to 2020 were done mainly on the face of what was presented in the statutory declarations, as well as other supplemental submissions. They did not look into it. Yeah. Because if they looked into it, they would have never certified any of them.
Right.
All right.
Certified any of them. Lady Anne-Marie, take it away, please.
Take it away. I love that.
We're calling for uncertified 2020, 2019, 2018.
Yeah, put up a document. Sure.
But it was Prime Minister statutory declaration could have ever been certified from day one.
All right.
Right. It could never, and see, them come back right and she said the commission chose not to examine ADMAT's crucial formative years. See, she right that's all.
All right. So I'm glad that we mentioned that, Ratty, and we are taking the people. And who I am talking to, I am not speaking to GLP, what we call core base. Because no matter why now, them not shifting. You understand? Even if them see Andrew Holness going to the bank and take out the money, them not shift. Them that. So I am not speaking to them. I am speaking to, right, those people who are on the fence, who are undecided. We are telling you why you need not to put the X beside the L, beside the bell, or really L, for sure. We don't make no mistake. Not to put the X beside the L, but put it beside the L, because I'm a living L. Now let us read on and show Jamaican people what is going on with yo, this man.
But Sir Byron, we have to find out if there's a provision in the Integrity Commission Act, because it appears they weren't fully staffed based upon a different report that says between 2018 when they start the commission, they didn't have enough staff. So they, as Sir Rattigan point out, them take things at face value for 2018, 2019, and 2020. So they really put the meat to the grind in 2021, 2022, 2023, moving forward. So is there a provision to uncertify these declarations that they didn't verify by doing due diligence to audit what he submitted? We have to find out, because that should be the cry right now, to uncertify is 2020 declarations, 2019 and 2018. Those 3 years should be uncertified because he lied on all 3 of those years.
Yes, right. So let us move on. We just want to show, you understand, the Jamaican people the evidence. By 2020, the combined net worth of ADMAT's Imperium assets and Holness personal assets had grown to $185.9 million. Right? 150 million increase from 2007. You hear that, people? The commissioner's certification of these assets was done in their own words, mainly on face of what was presented. That is what Rattigan just explained right there to us. So Zara Burton is following the track of that as well. But I am saying that Zara Burton still missed the mark as it relates to the amount of money running through NCB. So Zara Burton have to go back and take a look at as it relates to the amount of money running through NCB to add to this. Burton's investigation culminates with a revealing discovery about 3 honest link companies that filed a name tax. Whoa, Zara, pick it up, man. Zara, pick it up. This file showing intercompany deposits and withdrawals of 473 million. Zara, pick it up. Ratty, see it, Zara, pick it up.
Misuse.
Zara, pick it up. Yeah, man. That's why. She's very good enough. She pick it up. 3.1 million US dollars and 247 million Jamaican, 427 million Jamaican dollars, 2.8 million US, respective between 2020 and June 2023. Excellent work from Zara Burton. Excellent work from Zara Burton. Precise and judgment. Stunning investigation. Zara Burton, anyway there. Big up yourself. You understand? We give you your what call it, flowers. We give you your flowers, Zara Burton. Give you your flowers. Because I was just saying that you missed the mark, but here you pick it up.
You know what, Miss? No, finish. Sorry to interrupt you.
Yeah, the piece closes with an open question about whether Jamaica Financial Investigation Division or Tax Administration will probe deeper into these financial mysteries. As Bert notes, while the Integrity Commission may have concluded its investigation, the stores of ADMAT funds remain an elephant in the room that no official body has yet dared to fully examine. This investigative report stands as a masterclass in financial journalism, demonstrating how the most important stories often lie not in what was investigated, but in what was overlooked. Through meticulous documentation and expert analysis, Burton has illuminated the shadows that persist in the highest echelons of Jamaica's political leadership. For the complete investigation and more art-eating Caribbean journalism, readers can visit 18 Degrees North at www.18degreesnorth.TV. Zara Burton, once again, I want to say big thanks, you understand, for this deep dive and put it out here for Jamaican people. Take it away, my dear.
You know, Mystic.
Let us put it upon it. Yes, Brother Ratigan.
When you say something, Joe Mooney said, that's how it is with our filings regarding, you know, you take somebody's thing at face value, but you don't do an audit. And she said, that's how it's done with our filing. It is certified by face value, but they tell us to save your receipt for 7 years should they decide to audit you. That's in the US. Here's where it's different. Yes. Jamaica is a very corrupt society. It ranked 40, right? And anything below 50 is very corrupt. Now, in addition to it being corrupt, here's how the Integrity Commission should have addressed the issue. The Integrity Commission only has to gazette only 2 people's financial declaration, you know, 2, leader of the opposition, prime minister. And because the country is so corrupt, right? And because this prime minister is saying that, look, basically saying I'm incorruptible, I put the Integrity Commission in place. Those 2 filings should be audited every year. Those 2 filings should be audited. If nobody else is, those 2, because they're one is a leader, another one is a leader in waiting of what? A corrupt country. And you want to say, look, at least at the top of the stream, it clean. So then we could just come down. But when you just say, well, we just take it at face value, and especially when you, the Integrity Commission, say, yeah, we take it at face value, and you don't do anything about it, and at the same time you say, you know what, we don't really know where the money come from, you know, but and that's we got to this stage because this is what he told us, and we never looked beyond what he told us. But now that they've realized that there's no way that the numbers match up, you believe that they would have said, okay, you know what, let's go back and start from the beginning. Right. No, here's the thing. That's one of the shortcomings of the Integrity Commission Act. It has loopholes like you wouldn't believe. I mean, I can't spend all night and point out the loopholes them to you. And so I just hope that Mark Golding and you know, people, me no want predict nothing or anything like that, but based on what I'm seeing in the polls, it looks like the PNP will win. And if that is the case, I just want him going and tighten up some of them rules. I want him tightening it up because there's a section in it that's very troubling, and it says that anybody can get a politician $100,000 and you don't have to report it. It also says that a family member, wife and a children, them can give you 150 million and you don't have to report it. Now you see the potential for fraud and corruption and everything. Yeah. And that's still on the books. It's still on the books. And in fact, you know who what name? Chuck, Delroy Chuck. I went back and looked at the Ansard proceedings and twice, 2 different times. And he was vehemently opposed to anybody looking into gifts being given between family members. Yeah. He must say, no, I don't think my wife, whatever she gives me, I should report that to the Integrity Commission. And you can see the mindset already. And it made its way into the law. So we just hope say them can tighten up some of the loopholes, because otherwise it just a bit it's a free for all right now. And yeah. Look, somebody asked a question, can you go back Now that we know that the ADMAT thing is still questionable, can we go back? There's no provision in the Integrity Commission to go back.
But hold on, Ratty. In terms of FID following the money, isn't that it is going to automatically get to there?
It should. And now that we have a new chairman or chairlady, let's see. Because she look like she have a backbone, you know, because yeah, she look like she have a backbone. So let's see what will happen.
But you have to remember, you know, FID is in the Prime Minister's office. So, I mean, in the finance office, and the finance office is in the Prime Minister's office. So there should be a separations of power, and, you know, keep the executive away from these other ministry, because this is what opened the doors for all of this corruption, because and put all of the ministry them in an office. And so if FID was a conglomerate with Edmondson, right, Sir Rattigan? Is it Edmund or Edmondson? FID is a conglomerate with Edmund or Edmondson.
Oh, Egmont,
right. So if they reach out to Edmund and get us international assistance, I know that they will follow the money, but
yeah,
FID on their own probably won't do it. Sadly.
Let me just make one quick correction. The Ministry of Finance is not is not one of the 19 agencies in the office of the Prime Minister. However, him have tight control over whoever the Minister of Finance is. And in the 2016 manifesto, he said that when he was pushing the Integrity Commission Act, he said there are 3 people that they must declare that their assets, their statutory declarations must be gazetted for the public to see. 1, leader of the opposition. 2, Prime Minister. And the 3rd was the Minister of Finance. And yet, it's never been done. They've never pushed it through. So the law, this is what I'm saying without the push through, you know, in 2016. And when they pushed the law through 2017, mysteriously, Nigel Clark's position was not one of the positions. They just cut it down to 2, and we don't know why.
Okay, so Rocky, let us face the facts here. The only way we can get to the bottom of this is to definitely vote out this government.
Definitely.
Well, look, I've said to people, I can't tell them how to vote, but I said the facts are there. The facts are there. And you only have to ask yourself one question, you know, if you're better off now than you're better off back in 2016. And I suspect that the overwhelming majority of the people are going to say, no, they're not better off now. And if you're not better off, then you know what to do. I don't need to tell you what to do, you know.
Because at the end of the day,
like Ronald Reagan.
At the end of the day, the Jamaican people need some truth and reconciliation. Right? And the only way it seems like the people can get the truth and reconciliation is to really vote out this government. Honestly, because under no circumstances that, you know, under this government, you're going to get the truth. Number 1, the DPP, you understand, who's there, had protected this government. You understand? From 2008, that DPP, right, appointed, Paula Lewin has been protecting Andrew Holness. And see the level of corruption that the man carry out. The corruption prosecutor again had protected him.
Yeah.
It is a crisis on the Jamaican people. Taxpayers, and the thing is, they are wicked inflation.
But you know, a mistake, even the Integrity Commission protected him, you know, because the law says that if the corruption prosecutor, if you disagree with our opinion, if she renders an opinion to not prosecute, you know what they could have done? Even for the optics, the law says they could have gone to the DPP and asked the DPP to render a verdict. Now, we know the DPP probably wouldn't disagree with the corruption prosecutor, but at least you have them on the record.
Exactly.
Drag her in at the thing. I mean, I said, drag her in. And them don't drag her in. Them just sit down and just say, you know. Them do it with Westcon, right? Them do it with Westcon. And then them get stage fright. And then the second one now, what them do with the second one, them say, okay, we're not going to give it to her. We're going to send it over to FID. Them never give it to her, you know. Them will give her some of it. And then them send the illicit enrichment part over to FID. And then the third one, them never pass it off to her, right? And what them do? Them just tell the man, say, and them know, and even Marlon Morgan, Senator Marlon Morgan admitted it, that the Prime Minister at the time, the violation was committed, the Prime Minister was a majority shareholder in Estate Bridge. At the time the violation was committed, he was the majority shareholder. And instead of discipline the man, bring the man, do some consequence management, you know what they did? Them say, oh, Mr. Prime Minister, we're just asking you to tighten up the regulations on the construction industry. I'm just saying the man violate, don't not tell the man to tighten up.
And to this, they have not passed no legislation for doing
All right. Guess what? It was the second time them asking the first time when the brother from Water Commission, they do it.
Yeah, it's a joke.
All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is where we are going to end the program. But before we end, we're open the line, right, for at least 15 minutes to see if anyone is going to call us, right? Call us, speak to us, right? We are here in the space right now. So please call and have. All right, so we are going to take some calls. All right, we are calling back one of the gentlemen who called us earlier. Unfortunately, we are not getting him. So, right. Okay. So, you know, nothing. Okay, not this one. All right. So let us just go around because we are not seeing anyone calling. Right. Melting Pot, let me hear your last word.
First, I must say, quite an enjoyable program tonight, very informative and educated. You know, yes. And I think we have highlighted a lot of issues that are plaguing Jamaica over a period of time as it relates to corruption and the Jamaica Labour Party. And I mean, I only hope that the viewers and listeners really, you know, understand fully where we went tonight with our deep dive, chronologically investigation and analyzing everything with critical mind and thought process. But just looking at the Jamaica Labour Party, yeah, and you know, how much loophole they have at their disposal. Yes. As Sir Ratman said, you know, a lot of things has to tighten up when the new sheriff come in town. Mm-hmm. We want that because that is what's gonna be a deterrent factor to these people who seek representative politics. And so we have to make sure now that we put measures in place to safeguard the taxpayers' money in Jamaica and to uphold the various office that these men and women venture into. Because for too long, Jamaica has suffered at the hands of shabby politics. You understand? And we have to get rid of that shabby politics and move into an era where we can see our politician as credible politician, worthy to be called honorable and not dishonorable. And I yield back the floor to another member of the panel.
All right, Pastor Ricky, take it away, same time.
Yeah, thank you so much again, Sir Byron, Lady Anne-Marie, Sir Melting Pot, Sir Rattigan, and Ed Boy, who was here, and Daisy Magazine, who was here, and everyone in the chat. The evidence is clear. The Prime Minister lied on his statutory declarations, and that's a breach of the Integrity Commission Act with a fine and prison time. Unfortunately, there is no provision to uncertify fiscal year 2020, 2019, and 2018. But my understanding during those years, the Integrity Commission was not up to speed or par in terms of staff. So at that time, because the act was passed in 2017, the commission of the Integrity Commission started in 2018. Mm-hmm. So they didn't have enough staff. So they gave face value, the benefit of the doubt to the criminal Prime Minister. It's sad that that should never happen regardless. And if they had not certified 2018, 2019, and 2020, he would have all of his statutory declarations uncertified. So it tells us that he should not be on the ballot. He's disqualified for being prime minister. I don't care what they do in their party if they want to keep him or dash him with, but he should not be the leader for Jamaica. And this is more evidence to the people of Jamaica that the prime minister have lost the public trust and confidence. He's a criminal. He's destined for prison. There's no doubt about that. He's going to be the first prime minister to go to prison, along with so many of his other cronies, permanent secretary, MPs, and other criminals in the Jamaica Labour Party. Thank you, Mystic Sensation, Sir Byron, Lady Anne Marie, always putting in the work, always collaborating, always investigating. And it's a privilege and a blessing to be in the space with you and your wife, Sir Rattigan. The same thing, you know, document evidence, video evidence, and their own words cannot be denied.
Thank
and
you.
Father, something in the wilderness to doing this. Everybody who's out there doing this work, because our responsibility at such a time as this, we're functioning in our calling. This is a calling from the Almighty God to stand on principle for truth and right, and to expose criminality and corruption so that Jamaica can be free. We love Jamaica.
Exactly.
All were born in Jamaica. Our navel string were cut in Jamaica. Just because we live in the diaspora, it doesn't make us less than that we're not Jamaicans. And so from a distance, from overseas, from over the water, we're fighting for Jamaica. So
Yes.
appreciate the fact that we're fighting for Jamaica. And we love Jamaica because we have tons of things we could be doing. But this every night, you know, Father Lonesome, not the wilderness every day, 3-4 times a day. Jeffrey Tavares, same thing. Sir Rattigan, twice a week, Wednesdays and Saturdays. Mystic, Tuesdays and Fridays. We're all in the space, but we're doing the work. We're not just come here to talk because we have mouth for talk. We're showing you lies, deception, frauds, criminality, and the prime minister. One last point. Everybody, the prime minister is getting ready to use crime is down as a campaign mechanism to win the election. But in fear, crime is not down. It's not going to work. It's going. Everybody, look. 9-year-old get grip, unalive. 9-year-old and a 10-year-old get grip. A student from UWI get kidnapped, missing, and then them find our remains. Crimes are every day in Jamaica. It's sad, you know. We want to see crime down. None of us want to see a high crime system. But tell the people the truth, man. Don't lie to win, to try to win an election. And this is the problem I have. Because me, as a preacher, licensed ordained pastor, me not take no side with no lie with nobody. Me gonna tell the truth. So that's where I'm standing on truth. Crime is not down in Jamaica. They're lying. The numbers we look at from the belly of the JCF show that crime is not down.
All right.
Marco Rubio point for Sir Rattigan.
Yes.
Back over to you. Amen.
All right. Yeah, we have callers on the line. Yes, Sonia. Go ahead. You're on Mystic Sensation Live.
Yeah, I just wanted to make a point about the that audit.
Yeah.
Now it depends on what the Integrity Commission, the extent of the checking that they had to do at that time. I don't think we should hold it against the Integrity Commission, because from the outside looking in, it appears to me from those, when they mention about they did the confirmation and this, they did not do the audit. From the minute they put that in the statement, it gives me the impression that they were not required to do an in-depth audit at the time. What they had to do was, okay, you have a statement that comes in with your assets and your liabilities. And it says, okay, for your assets, you have a bank account with $1 million. You have a savings account with X amount at this place. You have this at that place. What they do, they send out auditors confirmation to those places and say, we would like to have such and such a person's savings account balance as at such and such a date. And if the confirmation letter comes back and it says the exact amount that is on the report, then they just take that as okay. So it's possible that that is a type of audit that they were required to do. And as time went on, they might have changed it, increased the staff, because let me tell you, doing an in-depth audit is not easy. Okay. So you need a lot of staff to do that, and to do it with so many people, you know. So as time went on, I think maybe they might have changed it, and that's why it's at this stage now. So let's not really knock the Integrity Commission unless we are sure that they were required to do that in-depth audit and follow the lead of the money right down to the end.
Yes.
That's all I have to say.
I want to say, I think it's a very solid point that Miss Ellis made. And I want to somewhat in agreement with her saying what she said there in terms of explaining the process at the time, right? So I think for me, I think I want to be in agreement where she's concerned with, that is where she explained in the process at the time, right?
Right,
so
yeah. Next call.
So let me just take the next call. Thank you very much, Ms. Ellis, for that contribution.
Thank you. Okay, I don't want them to come out. Let me call back.
Okay. You know, based on what she said in terms of the procedure at the time, right?
Here's my
hello. Hold on, right again. I'm gonna take this call.
Good night, everyone.
Yes, pleasant good night. You're on Mystic Sensation. Thank you for calling.
Yes. You know, first of all, let me congratulate all of you
Thank
for
you.
being in this fight against the corruption in Jamaica, that everyone can have equal rights. You know, this is bad. This is really, really bad. It's gone too far now.
Too far.
And they must be held accountable. You know, I would wish that the Prime Minister see fit to dissolve Parliament, dissolve it, call the election, because this cannot be repaired by him. It's dirty enough. And all along, these three, Nigel Clark, Andrew Holness, and Tufton, know what was going on. They know all about SSL. They know all about the depth of the corruption, all the evil they are doing to the Jamaican people. And when you look at how many people have died, babies, unwarranted, because lack of equipment and service to the people, tough much of the health sector. And when you look in the rich face, excuse me the word, you can't see the guilt. You can't see the guilt. He owes Jamaican people no apology to come out and say something. Come and say something. He cannot defend it, but come and explain the findings. It's really pathetic what is going on. The degrading type of situation. These people call themselves honorable. Honorable? this should be taken away. They should be demoted, taken down, and they must never ever go free. Andrew Holness knew what he was doing, and the others knew, and they could not open him up because they were all a set of thieves and evil, wicked people. I can't say it enough, mistake. Family, that water is on them, and they will bear the price when the right time comes.
When the right time comes, sister.
Level of pilfering, high level, only to profit themselves individually. It's called dogger attitude of them have. They have and they want more and more. Look what they have done to Jamaica and Jamaica people. And you have these idiots, no apology either, saying, oh, another term for Andrew Holness. Andrew's the best prime minister. And talking about, oh, Jamaica is moving forward. Where? On this system? Oh, no. Everything is going in a circle among them. They keep it together. All the contracts and the contractors, they're all in the midst of Parliament. And it's moving around amongst them. And this is the end of it. And they must walk away free? No. Parliament must be dissolved. They must all step down. And now I'm figuring perhaps that Tufton is a part of the illicit eight. Seems like he is. Because with this level, this is crime. This is crime. Moving around like this through the system, no one, nobody else could have ever done this.
None.
And get through it without being imprisoned.
Crazy.
See? So, I mean, he must come out and say something. He cannot defend this. Just come out and tell us what has happened. My heart hurts. It pains. I feel like if I should ever see him, you have a button and just start lick them sent from left to right. These are people who are elected. These are people you look up to. And look what they have done. And then when you talk, they want to tell you about lawsuit. Bring it on. Who they gonna sue? The fact is, and if they keep them, one of you, we're going to come down on them like, it's not going to work. They're not going to let anybody back down and be afraid. I've already said, we're going to step in it with them.
All right.
This is all about what is talking about food, bring it on. Damn set of thieves. They're doing for that.
Exactly.
I wonder what she's saying. She didn't know about this. That's what and read the Constitution and fix a part of it for her to say. We're watching you, Paula, Louis, lovely lady. We're watching you. If you think you ever bad, that's what I have her read all this time out there. Right? It should be down a long time. He commit a crime.
Here you go. Exactly.
What is going on?
It's a joke system.
That's why none of them not in a parliament today. Size 13 of them, the husband of them, Tufton of them. Nigel Clark knew what was happening and what to come. So make sure run. How fast can he run? Okay. Man, I'm so upset about this thing. It's crazy.
It's crazy.
It's crazy what is happening with the Jamaica system. It didn't get Jamaica like that. I'm telling people hearing me right now who have lost loved ones, family members. Who tell us under them behind? Yeah? Anything you know that happened to your loved one That should not have happened because of neglect and negligence on their part. Sue them as. Excuse me.
All right.
Yes, sue them. Sue them. All right, good night, gentlemen.
Blessing,
Thank
my
you
sister.
all.
Blessings.
Thank you, thank you. I can't thank you enough.
All
All of
right.
you.
You know,
Yeah, mean it would be under the cover. Nobody knows what is happening. But they never know that there are bright minds brighter than them will sit down in a parliament how much $1 million to track them down. Good up to honor. May God bless and keep honor and the blood coverage the honor them can't do nothing. Nothing. The truth is there. And the axe is laid at the root of the tree and we're going to cut it down. Good night, people. Have a good night.
thank you.
Okay?
Thank you so much for your contribution. And Ratty, I think you did want to
get a girl.
Get a girl?
Yes.
Okay. But Ratty, quickly, because I think you want to speak on the.
If you have a call, no, may wait for the. No, you can't. You wait. Yeah.
All right.
Okay. I see.
Sir Ratty, I leave Marco Ruby apart for you, man.
You didn't have time to touch all Marco Rubio tonight, you know.
Panelist, you notice them going with a fictitious poll where them rank Tough Tongue as the best performing minister.
Yes, Carla, you're on Mystic Sensation Live. Go ahead.
A PR to cover up what going on the health sector.
Mas Byron, I'm calling about this woman here what live by 12 Mile Dock. Yeah,
yes.
I did already send you the paper.
Yes.
The document what they bring up to these people.
Yes, remember.
Okay.
But this woman did live in a little board house there, you know, long time. And she didn't make any concrete structure because she know that this land is, you know, government land as well they say. But before Andrew Holness, when Andrew Holness wanted to win the election, Andrew Holness tell the people and say, nah, bad mind them. We didn't squatter land where they live on also. The woman go out all and we, you know, and try every little thing, throw him partner, sell bag juice, cheese, 6 and then something because she have her 4 kids them. And just as the woman start to make up one little concrete place, in sending whole heap of dog them out there, cause a dog me call them. Sometimes I can't really talk, you know, because when my heart are boiling, you know, man, I mean, no say, you know, intelligent people call in and they on the line. The man sending dog them out there, you know, go stop the people, them, you know, and run off the people them off of the place, you know, and say had them on the 2 side from 12 Mile go straight back to Yalas. Now tell me, the people they never take up so much place. You could have come to an agreement with the people. I think you could have just come to an agreement with the people then. Instead of you send your man them go run them off of the place.
Wicked.
Hurt me. It really hurt me because it's not like say it's people buy them land and leave it there. Or people they are abroad and have them place and people go there and take it up because that would right. But all of that piece of land going all the way back to Yalas, the 2 sides of the street. No, me just not understand.
Well, my sis, based on what you said, I mean, we are going to have to look into some of that situation there, do a deep dive into it.
Do you want me to share the document or?
Yeah, you can share it. That's the people them can see it. You know, share it because them already have them friend in a land department. So you know, them get anything where they want because a Batman government, you know.
And also the government responsible in land grabbing and sort of, nefarious activities. I mean, this is just, trust me. Can you make up this? Can you really make up this? Right? A lot of people are suffering under Andrew Holness administration. Land grabbing and trust me. I mean, this is just, you can't make up this. Running people off of the land and giving the lands to their elite friends, right? So, I mean, that's
what I do. Quiet, Master.
Yeah, and this is a situation that we have to deal with. A lot of persons are calling in, right, and speaking about similar situation in terms of how the government take their lands and so forth, and it's just, trust me, this man has no heart. So you want to show it?
No have no heart at all.
So we're gonna show the document what the lady is talking about. It is current, right? Really current. So let me just give a glimpse as to what my sister is talking about here, right? You can't make up this, and yet this is a man who claims him doing bad mind in the body for them squatters' land. But here's our evidence now, complete evidence in showing you how Andrew Holness administration kicking off the poor people them off of them land. There it is,
And it's the worst part of the land the people are taking off. The worst part, when me I tell us the worst part, the worst stony part of the place the people ain't take. They don't really take where they know, so because they know the land are not really for them.
Exactly.
But help them out now. If them did have money, me not think they would have come take up your place. They would have go buy somewhere for themselves, man.
Exactly.
You must think about the people, and you can't just think about yourself. Look how much house you know have, look how much building you know have. And if I want to try to put up one little concrete structure and stop them, go and make a... Well, I say sometimes I say my heart bleeding, man. I say sometimes I say my heart bleed, man. I say me live in a Europe here, man. And me I tell you, say sometimes when me look, I when me listen domestic sensation, talk your mind hard, me say my heart bleed for know that man I go on, and I behave, like say Jamaica feel, like him come to capture the whole place, Because that's thing being up, and I know them people that did PNP, they never go there. Nobody no go they go trouble them.
Yeah.
Yeah. And as if you take up one piece of place, and the people then try to make something, at that time then coming in, they never come before because you never put up a sign. They say, well, private property, nobody enter.
Exactly.
You never do it. And when you see people now start jam them 1 and 2 block, now you go put up big sign.
But there are some rules as it relates to certain settlement, because if they had settled there for over a period of time, then they have the right to claim some level of ownership, right, based on certain documents. I'm going to consult certain situations and give you some clarity on it, sister. All right.
Okay, Master.
Yeah, man. Thank you for calling. All right, Ratty. You were saying
I think the lady's name is Ellis when she called and said, well, at the time when the Integrity Commission was formed, they didn't contemplate doing that kind of audit. Well, yes. Make we assume that she's correct, that they didn't contemplate it. Now, you see how deficient the whole thing is. Because if you go and farm, remember now there's three agencies them take and farm the super anti-corruption agency, and they were talking about it from when Mark Golding was Minister of Justice. So you think that when the JLP received the mantle of power, that they would have said, okay, we're gonna do this, and we're gonna do it in consultation with the PNP, and we're gonna make sure that this thing is airtight, right?
Exactly.
And at the very least, you should have looked at it and say, make we audit them 2 people here first. Make we just audit them, just to make sure that the head of the stream not dirty. Make we audit them 2 people, and then we can talk about the rest of the stream. Now, when I was with the FBI, I'd have to do 2 financial disclosures every year. One of them was very, very general. You talk about your assets and your liability, right? The second one was very, very intrusive. In fact, they start warning from about October and say it's due like around April. Them give like 6 months notice. And they don't just give you one notice, because the closer you get to the date, you start get it like once a month, then twice a month, and then you start get it like every week, because they will not accept any late filings. They will not accept it. I know the purpose of that. Purpose of that was, okay, you tell us that you have this and you have that and that. No, we want to know how you come by it. Illicit enrichment. How you come by it. That's what they want to do. Because they must say, okay, you have all of these things. All right, fine. Give us a little bit more information. So they do send stuff out to the financial institutions and say, have this, send us verification. But at the same time, they look at your salary. They look at the complete picture and they say, there's no way this man could have this house, this car, this based on himself, based on where we knew about him. So that's my argument, is that should have been baked into the cake. So that when them starting at 2018, them say, we're ready to go. You shouldn't start an agency like the Integrity Commission and start out with like 30% or 70% vacancy, 60%. No, you have planned this thing for years. So when you come, you make, and remember, it's the only one you have, it's the only anti-corruption agency of its kind, right? So that's number one. Somebody asked a question, when did the Auditor General make it to the Integrity Commission? When it started, the Integrity Commission Act says you shall have 5 commissioners. 2 of them must be retired judges, Supreme Court judges or appeal court judges. 1 must be a retired senior civil servant. 1 must be from a non-governmental organization. And the 5th one, which actually is the first one, they name it by position. They say Auditor General. So when the act when the act came into being, they say you must have 5 commissioners. You can have 2 judges. You can have an NGO person. You can have a retired civil servant, and you must also have the Auditor General. So that position is named right there. But and that's why I have a problem with the Ministry of Legal and Constitutional Affairs, because it's a bogus ministry. Again, them trick the Jamaican people and thief the money and put in this ministry where they didn't have to, because the Prime Minister said in 2016, I am not going to increase the number of ministries. And in that same document, inform the other one, the economic and job creation. Same document where I'm saying we're not going to increase. We're not going to increase. We believe, the JLP government believe in decreasing and making sure everything is efficient and all that stuff. And the same document him say, but we'll create this one. Yeah. Then him come in at 2022 and him create this one with legal and constitutional affairs. And if you look at her job description, most of those things were done by 2 ministries, Justice and the Attorney General. And you could have just put them in a 1 ministry under Justice and put it there and make them work, because you know what happened? Their primary function is constitutional reform. Them claim that one of the things they want to do, them are go look at the laws and update laws. Look how much laws we have at Jamaica where some of the fines still in a pound. Still in a pound.
Yeah.
A joke, this man.
Ratty, I want to ask you a question before we go. Right? Just to clarify certain things, because you have knowledge about the situation with the nurse. Right?
Yeah, some knowledge about it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Which one? You mean the which one? Do you mean the? Because the 2 of them.
The nurse who got abused.
Okay.
You understand that egregious behavior there, right? Last week, right, we realized that the police officers charged the person for only assault, occasionally actually bodily harm, right? And I mentioned that as it relates to him displaying his weapon, right? They need to charge him for assault at common law and also, right, assault at common law, which obviously they did. But Ratty, based on the lady's report, right, a little glimpse of it, and where she's now reporting that she had difficulty in passing this person who had the abuser, because the abuser was crisscrossing the road. Now, this is how I am zooming in on the investigator who is doing this investigation, because since I have that understanding, I am going to recommend more charges to be laid. Now, Ratty, you tell me, because we have gone through the experience of law enforcement and certain things. If this man, right, is driving in that sort of fashion, the investigator should have now questioned, go deeper as it relates to taking the statement from the complainant to understand what was the experience and what is the situation that led up to she being abused, and what had been explained as it relates to any suspicion of the person, right, driving under the influence of alcohol. Number one, where I'm going, Ratty, if this person is driving under the influence of alcohol, and this person is driving, right, zigzag across the road, isn't that the investigator need to definitely have a Fertilizer test done on this person? One. Number two, right, if any form of alcohol and blah, 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 this person should be now charged, right, for driving under the influence of alcohol. And not only charged for driving under the influence of alcohol, should also now be charged for dangerous, reckless, and careless driving. Am I correct with these charges that I'm laying out?
100%.
Okay. And explain why, Ratty.
Look, it's simple. The report is that he was zigzagging. He was driving in a reckless fashion. And then if you look at the video, it would appear as if he wasn't in charge of his faculties. It appeared as if he was somewhat inebriated. And at that point, when the investigators showed up, first thing they should have done, they should have just done the breathalyzer. And if you don't want the breathalyzer, whatever, them can do a blood, them can draw in blood, them could have done a bunch of things they could have done. But we don't see those charges. Now, here's the problem. The problem is that if they didn't file those charges, then it's kind of difficult for them to file it. No, because we have to test him now like 5 days after the incident or however long. The alcohol level gone out and body.
Reckless driving.
What was that?
He can still be charged for the dangerous and reckless based on the report, but the driving under the influence of alcohol might be difficult. No.
Right. That's the one that they can't charge him with. But again, it just goes to the level of competence of some of these investigators.
And hold on, Ratty, I don't think it has nothing to do with competence. I think the person who investigate this deliberately.
Or them know who the person. Yeah. All right.
Deliberately failed to carry out their duty. They know exactly what needs to be done, and they didn't do it. So even though Christopher Tufton coming out acting as if, right, they are supporting, you understand, the abused nurse, right? They're still covering up as it relates to the right and appropriate charges that still needs to be laid on this gentleman.
It's called, in Jamaica, it's called privilege. That's what it's called. It's called privilege.
As you know, this guy have close ties with the Prime Minister. So yes. you can't go hard on this guy, because remember, him the right beside the big man. I'm friend. Exactly. So corruption take over again. Yeah? Right. So that's our problem in Jamaica, and that's why we have to clean it out once and for all. And that's why they have to get charged. All who's found in breach of corruption throughout whichever period. And we need to get rid of this statute of limitation. That can't be going forward in our society, where people can ride out a time and then you can't charge them because of statute of limitation. No, that need to come out.
Roll read right out.
But anything melting pot.
Hold on, Ratty. Let me just take the card here. Yes, Carla, you're on the line. Go ahead for Mystic Sensation.
Yeah, I was listening to Mr. Rattigan, And I do agree with him about what he said. However, one of the things we have to remember in Jamaica, the same people who are making the law, the same people who are sending in the reports. And it's the same people who are doing those unforeseen things. So if I know that I am doing something wrong, I'm going to authorize a law that is going to find out that I'm doing something wrong.
Same point.
There is no proper separation of duties in the whole process that I see down there, right? And one of the things too in the audits, you see, when the person who is checking the thing is, they send out an auditor's verification to the bank, and when the verification comes back, and it says, okay, say the person said that they had $1,000 in their savings account. When the report comes back, if the report says that the person have $1 million in their account, it raises a red flag, and then the auditor is going to dig a little deeper to figure out why you say you have this when the bank says you have that. But once the report comes back and it says that it's the same $1,000 that the man reported, then you just say, okay, that's okay, and you move on, right? So I don't know. It's funny. What they want to do is to make the politicians make the law and get other people to make the law, and then they can pass it in, maybe pass it or whatever. But it's not proper separation of duties, and that's all I'm going to say. Bye.
Okay, thank you very much, Carter, for that contribution.
Yeah.
So do you have anything to say?
Yeah, the thing is, the thing is when, like you said, if you go to the bank and it's $1,000 and they can verify it, that's fine. But the investigation doesn't stop. The audit doesn't stop, because now you look and say, how you get that $1,000? If you're making $1 a week, right, and you did it for 6 months or whatever for the first period, and then them look and them see, remember them do a background before you come in, right? And for this prime minister here, we already know from him filing first statutory declaration where I come from, right? We know before him because his wife and some other people talk about some other things, so them never have money and this and that and that. But from him file the first one, that are the basis, And then you start to, okay, where him get all of this money from? If I tell you what, if I were there, the moment I say ADMAT, the moment I see an overseas corporation, big red flag. Me want to know why open this over there and where the money come from, and why is it that ADMAT is buying property in Jamaica? Where the money come from? That's where me would have go with him. So, Melting Pot, you raise a point about statutory limitations, but here's how Jamaica are screwy. And I agree with the lady a while ago about the people who have made the law really have made the law for themselves, because the citizens, they don't get involved. We're just so distant from that process, and that's why we're trying to bring back civics into the mix so that people can understand that they have a role to play, and so you can actually dictate how some of these laws are passed, because a lot of times they have hearings, so you go and you voice your dissatisfaction with it. But you mentioned something about statutory limitations, but here's how them get from the statutory limitations in Jamaica. They have something called abuse of process, which is what them using in the Westcon case, when they never want to prosecute other people. And them use it all the time, and it works. It shouldn't work, but it works. That's how them get around it. Just say, well, the time passed, that a long time has passed, and it would be unfair to move forward with this, and we don't know if we can find the evidence, and we can't find people who come testify without even trying. And them just say process.
And this is why I have a problem with these people talking about the use the Westminster model. God, this is not a part of Westminster model in the UK. There is no statute of limitation as it regards people breaking the law who serve in the public sphere. You understand? Especially politicians, businessmen, and all these people.
But something, Pat and panel, the weirdest thing? The weirdest thing is this, There is no statutory limitation for corruption in Jamaica. There's no statutory limitation. You can't bring the corruption action 10 years from the time of the event. But when you try to bring it, them say abuse of process. You take
abuse of process.
A period and them use it to defeat the statutory limitations, which is nonsense.
Nonsense. All right, ladies and gentlemen, there you have it. I want to say a big thanks to Melting Pot to bring the sledge tonight. And of course, you know that Pastor Ricky praying those wonderful prayers. I really love them. Love the prayers that Pastor Ricky praying out there. And of course, Ratigan, big thanks to you, Brother Ratigan. Now, let us, say big thanks to all the persons who are tuning in. Thank you for tuning in, right, to Mystic Sensation, right, and continue to give us the energy. If you have anything to say in closing?
So again, thank you guys. Really appreciate each and everyone continued support. Thank you for making it such an engaging discussion, because what you have to say is just as important as what the panel is saying. So thank you so much. And as usual, we don't take you for granted. You could have been doing something else, but you're here, and we really appreciate each and everyone. Welcome to all the new subscribers. Thank you for those who have been journeying with us. And thank you to the panel. Thank you guys so much for your wealth of knowledge that you have contributed to tonight's topic. Also, what's his name again? Head Boy was here.
Head Boy, yes.
Maria was here. Really appreciate their input as well. So thank you guys. Really appreciate your continued lending of your voices to the voiceless at home, because they are being oppressed. As soon as they open their mouth, then people are going to find them wherever they're hiding. But we're here in this space to speak on their behalf and make sure that we are holding these officials accountable for their actions.
Okay, I think Pastor Vicky wants to say something. Yes, Pastor Vicky, go ahead.
Well, like up the live, everybody. Give it a thumbs up before you go so you can get score rank in the YouTube algorithms. And I just want to say one last thing. Tufton and Bobsy Grange are both hypocrites. They go out there to protest in favor of a nurse. They did not go out there to protest against violence against women. Not diminishing the nurse, please don't misinterpret me, but Jamaica have a problem with women being abused, children being abused. And so it should have been a violence against women and children, but they focusing on a nurse because I understand that's a big voting block. But what Tufton need to understand, the nurse needs their back pay and overtime pay, and they haven't been paid. They're short staffed. They don't have enough equipment. They're stressed. So you can't, whether you run out there to support a nurse or not, you can forget it. The nurses are not with you. Amen. All
right.
One quick thing before we
go.
Producer OT that kill me, because she keep on a text me and say, remember to mention the rally Saturday, June 21st. We need the funding to support this thing here, and we also need people to go and sign the petition. Thank you.
All right. And I have to give Melting Pot a piece of the last cake, because Pastor Ricky touched something, Ratty touched it. So you have to be fair and balanced. Melting Pot to the last piece, and we hope.
Well, it's just love me. I say right across the board to all the comments out there. Stay strong, stay safe. Remember, one aim, one objective. When the day comes, put the X beside the head. No knives with head, no bell time around here, so because time come. And that's right.
The word is life.
All right. Love you. All right.
Everyone, safe travel on the ground. Let's remember Reason with the Rattigan tomorrow. No, it's not Reason with